get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I don't fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
Lori, do you love Chad?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love you, babe. Hello, my good peoples. Hello. Hey! White boy, how are you? What channel are you on, white boy? Because, right? You're on Conversations with the Killer because you're on my, you're not on my main one. Because you and Noelle are mods. So I think you're on the other channel. Oh, okay. Oh, you're at work. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Thank you so much. What an honor. You guys, you have to sub up to my boy here. Hold on, let me get his link. Hold on. You know what, guys? He is so cool. He is funny. And you know what? There's only been a few creators that have ever had my back or even shared for people to come sub up to me. And he is one of the 3. Listen to me, one of the 3. Okay, hold on, you guys. I'm getting the link for him. Hold on, people. I got this. All right, why isn't it letting me? Where's the damn link? Okay, I'm not that dumb, you guys. I'm going to the About section. You know what? I'm just going to do it this fucking way. This is how I'm doing it. Here we go. He goes after scammers. I love it. I'm not looking at the chat right now, just so you know, because I'm on a mission. There we go. Thank you so much for coming in here. And I got to get Noelle's too. So they're good peoples. All right. Here we go. Here's damaged goods with no regrets. Okay, my peeps. You have an amazing day. Okay, who else is here? Grandma! Hi, Grandma, how are you doing? So I'm looking at this, you guys. Of course, you always say my name every time you're live. Every time. Even when I watch a replay, if I can't be there, that is freaking cool. You said really good shit about me. And I really appreciate that. You don't find that on YouTube. Not much at all. Oh, look at this. Are they almost ready? Let's look. They are. Okay, guys. Okay, cool. So are you. And I know you and Noelle got me. Since the first day I met you guys. And it was by accident. That's what's funny. I know there's not many people here, but you people, if you're in the bushes, hi, how you doing? Oh, since we're waiting for this is only going to be a minute, guys, but let's laugh today. I feel like laughing. This is BHB having a meltdown about headline bitch. Here we go.
What the fuck is wrong with you idiots? I'm out here advocating on these streets. You gotta call and talk about that headline bitch, that teacher that is ruining our children? Do I need to get a little closer, motherfuckers? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, fuck you, you fucking cunt, you fuckers. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. But you can only take so much of the bone. So, no one better ever mention that teacher again, all right? And let me tell you something. I'm going to say it louder for her students in the back. Yeah, tell your parents what she's doing on YouTube. Tell that motherfucking cunt.
Oh
Fuck you, fucking bitch.
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. I did another one that was better. I can't believe I do this shit, you guys. Oh my god. If you don't think that's funny, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know, people. Hold on. There we go. God, that's funny. Yeah, such an advocate. She actually did say that. I know she did. And that's when I usually do her, but I haven't lately. It is all based on what she does in her lives. I don't make this shit up. I just make it funny. Yes, I am. And that's okay. That's okay, Grandma. All right. They should be starting any minute, but let me look in here. Um, I don't know about anybody else. I've been having so many problems with StreamYard, kicking me out, buffering, all that. I love you too. Yes. Boy, it's really quiet. Grandma, it's really quiet. Feels kind of weird. So, just so people know, if I don't respond immediately, it's not intentional because I'm going to be on and off the phone today. I got a lot of shit going on, and I have a lot of testing coming up. So yeah, there's that. It's just me being quiet. Hi, Shug. How you doing? It's been forever. How's that grandson of yours? So yeah, there's that. I say that all the time. I say that. Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, you know how I talk. How's that grandson? That little cutie. Grandpa John laughs when you say that. Does he? Does he hear? Does he hear my potty mouth, Grandma? That was so funny yesterday when I had that little conversation. I'm okay, just pushing through the. See, I couldn't remember what you called him. You call him a nugget. Oh, baby number two? My grandson Jack? Yes, but we laughed. Look at this buffering. I'm going to buffer this right out. I can tell you that much. I think something's going on with the server. Not, I only have problems when I've been streaming these court hearings. Has anybody noticed that? Anybody else having that problem? Okay, you're not. It's buffering back here pretty bad. It was even during the intro. Okay. Just like not getting notifications somebody's live until the live's over. I message YouTube about that because I'm missing my favorite people's lives. So I constantly got to check my subscription to see if they're live. It's bullshit. Okay, what's going on here? Their thing did say, hold on. Okay, everybody's waiting. They keep pushing it off. Now they changed it. So let's watch another VHB. Okay, people? Come on. Let's laugh. This is the best one of the best.
Good. Welcome to the coffee club. So, how's everybody? I sure have missed you all. And as you see the title, I'm shutting down the room.
How dare you, people? How dare you? And yes, I do have a legal background. How dare you, people? Also, yes, I do travel with my bullhorn, aka my flower. How dare you, people? And did I tell you, people, how dare you put my life in danger because of that, I haven't left my house in a year. Bullshit. So, what I'm going to start with, like I always do, okay, I'm going to read a passage from the book. Remember? This is it right here, the book. So, this is, hold on. We're going to reflect in the light of your love. Help me to keep my focus on the good gifts. I'm not getting it, it's just haters. Help me make the most of them. Strengthened by the Holy Spirit, amen.
Oh my freaking God. Here, I'm sitting here talking. I am so sorry. Okay, it did say 1 minute. So look at this. See? Now it says 10 minutes. It keeps going up. It was 7, then 8, then 9. Now it says 10. What's going on here? You think the courthouse is doing it? Hey, Mark. Hi, how you doing? Hey, that's okay. Oh, do you? Well, good luck. It's been forever, though.
W voice, that's for dining.
What? Oh, gosh.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell, continuing evidence with the state's case in chief. The state just concluded with a witness yesterday afternoon, and I believe intends to call another witness this morning. I'll note the prosecution's all here represented, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and I got the microphone on this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. If parties are ready, then I'll go ahead and have the bailiffs please have the jurors brought in.
Didn't he say bring in the jurors? Why is everybody sitting? I'm confused.
All rise.
Oh. Okay. Everybody in the chat, all rise.
Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning today. The court notes all the jurors are here, present and accounted for and properly seated. The court's also received and reviewed a juror affirmation from each one of the 18 jurors indicating they have followed the court's admonishment to not investigate or look into the case over the break. So thank you for following that instruction again. I'll submit those admonishments to the court clerk. I will also indicate one other thing to the jury. As just after the jury was impaneled, I believe a question may have arisen about how it works having alternates, because there are 12 jurors who will ultimately determine the case. And of course, we have extra jurors just given the length of this trial. I'll note that the way alternates are, the process is clearly defined under Idaho Criminal Rule 24. And I'll just read a portion of that to make it clear to you that says, at the conclusion of closing arguments, jurors exceeding the number required of a regular panel must be removed by lot. So in other words, there's a random drawing that would occur. So all of you must consider yourselves to be jurors in this evidence portion of the case. And if additional jurors remain once the case is submitted for deliberations, that would just be determined by a random draw, essentially, is what lot means. So I wanted to clarify that for the jurors so that someone didn't believe possibly they knew who the alternates would be or would not be. No one will know that until it's time to begin deliberations. So with that in mind, then the court would indicate the state is still in its opening argument at this, I'm sorry, in its case in chief with presenting evidence. And I understand the state was going to be calling Detective Considas as its next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood, are you going to be examining the witness?
I will be.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can call your witness.
At the state calls Chuck Considas.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right, Detective Considas, you've been sworn now. Before you begin testifying, I just want to inquire, this trial is being live streamed on the court's channel, and I wanted to inquire as to whether or not you have viewed any of the testimony or the trial proceedings before your testimony today.
Have not.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I do, just briefly, I met with the court and counsel yesterday about some logistics for Detective Considas's testimony. And I spoke about having a copy of his exhibits with him. That copy right now is by my desk. I didn't want to put it up there until court started. And so I'd ask if the court and counsel are still all right with those logistics, that he be handed that box of exhibits.
All right, Mr. Pryor will note we did discuss that in a sidebar. There's a large volume of pages in these exhibits, and does the defense have any objection to those being available to the witness as we go through admissions of those exhibits? All right, there is no objection then. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to go ahead and provide the witness with those exhibits, as each though is offered, just make sure to make a clear record of what's being proffered, and we'll go through whatever becomes admitted.
Detective, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Chuck Considis. The last name spelling is Kunsaitis.
What is your occupation?
I'm employed as a police officer at the city of Rexburg.
And what is your title?
I'm a detective sergeant in the investigations division
How long have you been a detective?
since 2011.
And what did you do prior to that?
I was in the patrol division and as an acting patrol supervisor at one point before moving to the investigations.
Are you post certified?
I am graduated post class 131.
And what is post?
It's the police academy.
And in your role as an officer, have you continued receiving training over the last or during your career?
Yes, I have. I've been education and training in drug and narcotics investigations, missing persons, death investigations, financial crimes.
Detective, how did you become involved in the case regarding Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, Tammy Daybell, and Chad Daybell?
In November 27th of 2019, I was aware that then Detective Hermosillo, who's now a lieutenant, he was conducting search warrants at 3 different locations at the Rock Creek townhomes. At 565 Pioneer Road, I believe the apartment numbers were 174, 175, and 107.
And did you aid in that search?
I was not a part of the original service of the warrants. I did show up on scene later in the afternoon and checked in with Detective Hermosillo and asked if I could be of any assistance.
On that day, did you obtain a search warrant for a storage unit?
I did. Detective Hermosillo had me walk through apartment 175 just to see if there's any evidentiary items of value that may have been missed. I located in the master bedroom of 175, which was the apartment that Lori Vallow was currently living in. There was a printer in the bedroom, and on the printer there was an invoice for a storage unit from the Self Storage Plus in Rexburg.
And so you obtained a
Oh,
warrant
yes,
for
I
that
obtained a
storage
warrant
unit.
for storage unit number C52.
And did you execute that warrant?
I did.
What did you find?
There was and there was a medium-sized unit, and there was only a bin, a tote bin with some items of like a baseball glove, some ice skates, some photo albums and a couple of bicycles and a scooter. There wasn't a lot of content inside the storage unit.
All right. Detective, at any time in your investigation, did you have occasion to write a warrant for a PO box in Sugar City, Idaho?
I did. In late December of 2019, I got information from Gilbert Police Department in Arizona that Lori Vallow had a PO box in Sugar City, Idaho, just outside Rexburg.
And so you wrote a warrant for that.
I did.
Did you execute it?
I did.
What did you find in executing that warrant?
There was a large bundle of unopened mail, approximately 100 pieces or so. They were addressed to both Lori Vallow and her then husband, Charles Vallow, who was deceased, and her brother, Alex Cox.
All right. And going through that, did you find anything of interest to your investigation?
Yes, there were several pieces of mail that were from financial institutions. There was cell phone bills. There were letters from the IRS and Social Security Administration.
And based on what you found, did you obtain a warrant for any other mail?
Yes, around that same time, the owner of apartment 107 of the Rock Creek Townhomes, I believe his name is Stephen Cruz. He had contacted the police department and said there was some event.
Your Honor, I think it goes to the question of why he did what he did.
I'm just, well, in terms of what he said specifically, I'll sustain the objection. It's hearsay.
Detective, without saying what anybody else told you, did you write another warrant for mail?
Yes, there was some abandoned mail that was turned into the police department from apartment 107.
Based on what you found in those warrants for the mail, did you serve any other warrants or subpoenas?
Yes, we served several warrants and subpoenas to different financial institutions and the cellular device companies.
What was, you said financial records, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose of obtaining financial records in your investigation?
Well, we're a missing person case, and so there's a lot of information you can glean from going through financial records. It's not just how much money is in the account. You can look through the account to see if it's a regularly used account, if it's a business account, a savings account. You also get a kind of a peek into the life on how people spend their money. If they're eating out a lot or if they are just paying bills, you can kind of get an understanding of how people go about their daily lives.
Detective, regarding Lori Vallow Daybell and Tylee Ryan, did you create a list of financial institutions upon which you served a warrant for aid in your testimony at this trial?
I did.
And did you do that in anticipation of testifying before this jury?
Yes.
Did you prepare that list to aid the jury in knowing which financial institutions you're speaking about and to help them keep track of them?
Yes,
Do you believe that demonstrative list would so aid the jury?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed a look at State's Exhibit 62.
All right, is that one of the ones that's in the box?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, if you want to locate Exhibit 62.
Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a financial account attribution list that I created.
Is this the same demonstrative list that we were just speaking about?
Yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you created?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that Exhibit 62 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
And may I publish?
Yes, Exhibit 62 is admitted.
Detective, is there a pointer
Yes.
there? Can you walk the jury through the accounts that you are going to be talking about?
Okay, so on this page, we're going to be, or just specifically for Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Tylee Ryan. Again, having served several subpoenas and warrants, we're looking through everything. We were able to narrow it down to these particular accounts that are pertinent to the investigation.
And I didn't realize that wasn't all showing. And so you had accounts for Tylee Ryan as well.
Yes.
All right.
Would you like me to go over them briefly?
Yes,
Or-
please.
Okay. So the top account there, it's a JP Chase Bank. It's a joint account with Charles Vallow, and the number on the end right over here is just the account number, just the last four. There was another account through JP Chase that was a joint account that Lori had with her daughter, Tylee. There was an additional JP Morgan Chase account that she shared with Charles Vallow. This was another kind of a business account. And then we learned that there was a personal account through the BBVA Compass account that Lori had created for herself. And then at a later time, she created a joint account with Tylee through the BBVA. And then the next are credit cards. There's a Barclays Hawaiian credit card joint account that Lori Vallow shared with Charles. And they were each issued a card, and you see Lori had a card 6611 and Charles had a card was 09991. There's a Barclays bank account, a credit card that we found that Alex, who's Lori's brother, had opened up an account and actually had Lori on as a card holder. And you see that Alex had two cards here, and then Lori had a card in the last four numbers in that card was 9259. We have an additional First Hawaiian Bank account that Lori had. And the last two we see here are Chase Southwest Air, the PFS marketing credit card. The PFS is a premier financial service. That was the business account that Charles Vallow had. He was an owner of the financial service. And then we had the National Life Insurance of the Southwest. Lori had a policy that she took out for personal reasons for $2 million. And just below that, the Tylee Ryan attributions, the same ones that were up on top under Lori's name, but we just put them under her name. So there's the JP Chase Morgan account, the 3918. This is an account she had while she was living in Arizona before they moved to Idaho. And then Lori opened up an account with Tylee when they got to just before they moved to Idaho. And Tylee was she had a Jeep Wrangler that Charles Vallow had purchased and Tylee was making payments on. So we created that there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness look at State's Exhibit 63. And 63 has several subparts.
Okay, make sure to identify those subparts then, and Detective Considas, you can locate that exhibit, please.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'd note for the record that 63 itself is a business record affidavit. And so this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, Exhibit 63 then Give me a moment. We'll take a look at that also. All right, so 63 is just the affidavit, not the attached records, which are subparts that are marked with letters in addition to 63. Is there any objection to the admission of 63, the affidavit? Very well. Exhibit 63 is admitted.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at, and may Your Honor, my understanding is that once that's admitted, all parts of this exhibit are admitted, and may I publish those?
Okay, and okay, so that would include then,
63A through 63I.
okay, I've got through H. Maybe there's,
We'll make sure we get a copy of that.
okay.
And then
well,
does council have a copy of it?
I
Okay,
have a courtesy copy up through 63H, but you're saying there's also an I?
yes.
Okay, so exhibits 63A through I are also admitted then.
Thank you. Detective, will you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63A? What is that?
This is a electronic signature card for the account of the JP Chase Morgan, the 0769 account.
What is the significance of that account to your investigation?
So we learned that this account was an everyday account that both Charles and Lori utilized while living in Arizona. And we know that with this account is specifically interacts with Tylee's joint account when they're moving monies, transferring monies from account to account.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 63B? Do you know what that document is?
This is a sample monthly statement, sample of monthly statements from the 0769 account dating from June 10th through September, I believe, of 2019.
And this is the account ending in 0769, correct?
Correct.
And did you review all the documents that came in with that?
I did.
Mr. Wood, on that projector, there is actually a light that I think will remove the shadow. I can have staff attorney assist you with that if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you. Are there regular deposits into that account?
There's no regular deposits into this account. They're sporadic at times. They're coming in, monies are being transferred into this account from the 0377 account. But as far as having like a regular paycheck, having a direct deposit or something to that effect, there's nothing on like that on these accounts.
And just to clarify, this was at the jointly held account by Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Detective, can you pull out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63C? What is that document?
This is the signature card on the application for the account, joint account for Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan, the account that ends in 3918.
And this is a JP
Chase Morgan.
Morgan
correct.
account. And can you pull out what's been marked as 63D? What is that?
This is a sampling of monthly statements from Tylee's account from January of 2019 through, I believe, November of 2019 or October 2019.
Okay. And was there anything significant about this document to you in your investigation?
Yes, it shows Tylee is very active on this account. She is spending money with her, she is receiving death benefit stipends in this account from her father, Joe Ryan, who passed away April 3rd of 2018. So Tylee was receiving death benefits, and the death benefits were regularly deposited into this account. And Tylee was very active in this account.
When you say active,
Well, she was out spending money almost on a daily basis. She was going to convenience stores, gas stations, shopping centers, fast food.
and you stated this is the account she was receiving her Social Security payments in.
Correct.
And were those monthly?
They were, they appeared towards the end of the month. Since she first started receiving her benefits June 14th of 2018, and they were regularly occurring into this account.
And do you know how much she received?
In 2019, she was receiving $1,859 a month.
Detective, as you go through these records, are you able to tell the difference between what I'm going to call a brick and mortar payment or store, like a physical location, and online payments?
Yes. Kylie, the overwhelming majority of her spending habits occur in brick and mortar type establishments. And there are some online payments, but it's
What is that document?
this is the partial monthly statement showing from August 23 of 2019 through September 3rd of 2019 for Kylie's 3918 Chase Morgan account.
And what is the significance of that document to your investigation?
Well, it still shows through August, she is out actively spending money. And it also shows towards the end of the month. We look up on the screen here. So she's really active coming through here. And then when you get towards the 1st of September, and these, I just want to make a clarification here on this outside row. That's the posting date. Inside on the statement, you'll see a date of 9/1. So it shows Tylee moving from Arizona, heading north. And this is the same time frame when they were moving to Idaho. And when you get down to the bottom of the page here, it shows that her last in-person use of a card was done in St. George, Utah on the 1st. There were 2 purchases at a McDonald's that day.
And is St. George between
Oh, sorry.
Rexburg and Maricopa County?
Yes, I'm sorry for those that take it for granted. I'm sorry. St. George is one of the first cities you come to in Utah when you come up north out of Arizona as you're heading towards Idaho.
Was there any record of any money being deposited into that account after that date shown, the last date shown on that record?
No. So we had learned that in the middle of August, I believe it was August 16th, Lori, Tylee's mom, had contacted Social Security and had stopped having the monthly stipends deposited into Tylee's account. And she then switched those monies to be deposited in to her own personal account, Lori's personal account from the BBVA. So there were no more funds coming into this account at all.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63F? What is that document?
This is the checking summary for the date of September 20th, 2019 for Tylee's JP Chase account. And it's showing a $10.04 balance. And then it shows right underneath on the beginning balance, it has an electronic withdrawal for the same $10.04, bringing the ending balance to 0.
Does it show where that money was transferred to?
That money was transferred into Lori's 0769 account from the JP Chase.
Was there anything significant about that transaction to you in your investigation?
Yes, Tylee had no more control over her monies in this account. And with the timeline that we had learned in this investigation of Tylee's last known sighting was between September 8th and September 9th. Lori had closed out this account to, there was no more use for it.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63G? And what is that document?
This would be it's an online administration tool for people who bank with JP Chase Morgan. They're issued a personal identification number, and they're allowed to go online and they can conduct their transactions. And this is the page that indicates for Lori Vallow. It sets up with her personal PIN number for on Tylee's account. It shows that she can access Tylee's account.
And so did she and Tylee have separate identifying numbers?
They did.
Are they on that page?
They are. So if you look down to the middle of the page, well, we know it's Lori because she says Lori for style at iCloud.com right here. And it has Lori's name up here. But right here under personal ID and profile ID, it has a number. And the last 4 numbers on that are the 5132. So that's the number that's associated with Lori.
And is there a profile number for Tylee Ryan?
There is.
Can you point that out?
So if you were to go 2 more pages into this document, you'll see Tylee's name is highlighted up on top, and it has Tylee's email right there, TylieRyan24 at Gmail. And if you go down to the profile ID just underneath that, it has a number right here. And the last four on those are 0212.
And Detective, what's the significance of those identifying numbers? Does it aid you in your investigation to know those?
Sure, it's specific to the user. So we have a general idea that it's the person who's logging in is using it, and it leaves a digital footprint so you can see where they're going and what they're doing within the banking of their account.
So if Lori Vallow were to go online and make a change to that account, it would show that it was her by her identifying number. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And is the same accurate if Tylee Ryan were to go online and make a change? It would show her identifying number.
yes.
Thank you.
If you were to go to the next page, this page here is dated September 20th. And as we previously spoke to the account closing on the 20th of September, if you look, if you could bring your, let's see. Okay, we're good, right? No, bring it down just a little bit, please. There you go. Thank you. You'll see the profile ID number up here, the 5132, that's associated with Lori Vallow. And if you look to the bottom of the document, you'll see here on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the high school checking account belonging to Tylee, the 3918, and you see monies being transferred to, and here's the $10.04 that just shows that Lori went in and accessed Tylee's account and then moved monies over into her 0769 account, making it a zero balance.
And so just to clarify, Detective, you're able to verify that it was Lori that made that transaction by that identifying number.
Correct.
All right. And what was that date again?
September 20th of 2019.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63H?
This is a checking summary showing a zero balance on Tylee Ryan's 3918 JP Chase Bank.
And what's the date on that? Or I should say, is there a date on that?
I'm not seeing a date on it, but it would be for anything after September 20th.
All right. And can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63I?
I is a signature card application page for JP Chase Morgan account for Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow for the 0377 account.
And did you obtain that through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you provide that to any other law enforcement agency to review?
I did. I have some knowledge of this account, but the primary reviewer of this account was Michael Douglas, FBI forensic accountant.
All right. Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64A? Oh, bailiff, I apologize. This was the first page to 63. And Your Honor, I would just note for the record that State's Exhibit 64 is a business records affidavit, and that this document has subparts 64A through C. And to the state's understanding, this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, so 64 is admitted and 64 A, B, and C are also all admitted.
All right.
And they may be published, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, what are the documents from state's, excuse me, Exhibit 64?
These are summary of accounts for the BBVA Compass account ending in 3229 for Lori Vallow. It's a checking account that was opened in October of 2018.
Is Lori Vallow the sole user on this account?
She is
And I believe you just said it was opened in October of 2018?
correct. I believe the 20th.
And did you obtain this through a search warrant or through a subpoena?
I did.
And what was the significance of this account to your investigation?
What we learned through this account, that this would be one of Lori's main accounts where she would be receiving future Social Security monies. We know that Tally's monthly stipend was being deposited into this account and would later receive stipends for death benefits for Charles Vallow as well, for both her and JJ.
And can you look at 64B? And what is that?
This is a sample portion of monthly statements for Lori's 3229 BBVA account from August of 2019 through, I believe, January of 2020.
Detective, I want to call your attention to a deposit made on August 28th. Can you see that?
I can.
And what was that deposit? And if you can use a pointer to point it out to the jury.
So just below mid-page on the screen here, we see a credit for Social Security Treasury deposit for $1,859. This account this deposit is associated to Tylee Ryan. And we know from when multiple deposits are made into a banking account from Social Security, so if there's more than one person receiving monies, they're given special identifiers so you can see which deposits belong to which person. So if we look here at Tylee's, you see the reference and it has the X's, and then we see the 4121C1. So the 4121 is the last four numbers of Joe Ryan's Social Security number. His Social Security number is 146604121. And then the C1 is just it's a designated identifier for child. So it'd be Tylee being a child, a minor under 18, receiving death benefits from her biological father.
And that was the Joe Ryan.
Joe Ryan, correct.
Who you testified was deceased.
He was deceased. He died on April 3rd in 2018.
And so that's how you're able to identify that payment is assigned to Tylee Ryan, even though it's going into Lori Vallow's account at this point.
Correct.
And from your investigation, is this the first deposit of Social Security benefits for Tylee Ryan into this account?
Yes, this is the first deposit.
And where was Tylee Ryan receiving her Social Security benefits before that?
As stated, she was previously receiving them in her JP Chase account, which her mother has since closed out.
And again, what was the date of that deposit?
This was on August 28th of 2019.
And was there anything significant about that to you, about that date?
We learned that our investigation, we believe that Tylee was killed 10 days later.
I'm going to call your attention to a deposit made. It's on the third page of that document. Deposit made on September 18th. Are you able to locate that?
I am.
Can you, with your pointer, identify the deposits made on September 18th?
Yes, so there's two deposits made on that day. One in the amount of $3,902 and the second for $4,157. You see them here towards the bottom of the page right here. They were deposits from the Social Security Administration, Treasury Department. As you see the X's here, you have a different last four number, the 9801, and then you have a C1. And then on the next line down, you have the 9801E. So we can differentiate what deposit belongs to by looking at this top one here. We have the 9801. So Charles Vallow's Social Security number was 436029801. And we see the C1, so that would be for JJ. And that's the monies that were received. So we have on the next one down, we know it's for Lori because we have the 9801, but the letter E is just an identifier saying that she is the child in care or the guardian.
All right. And are those amounts, are those the regular monthly payments?
These are not. These are the initial installments that she received back pay for both when she generated her paperwork back in August.
And Detective, was there anything significant about that deposit date to you?
Yes.
What is that?
JJ was killed a few days later. Around the 22nd or 23rd.
Detective, you mentioned earlier that this account, this BBVA account, ending in 3229, received from August on all of the Social Security payments.
Yes,
And did you review this document for those payments?
I did.
Detective, did you prepare a chart, a demonstrative chart that shows all of Tylee Ryan's Social Security deposits?
I did.
Does that include both the JP Morgan account and BBVA account payments?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid this jury in understanding where and when those payments were made?
yes,
Does it label the banks to which the deposits were made?
it does.
And did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
I did.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the deposit history for Tylee Ryan's Social Security? Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 84? Is that the document that we have been speaking about?
Yes,
And is that a true and accurate representation of the demonstrative chart you created?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit 84 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, Exhibit 84 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through that chart?
sure. This chart depicts Tylee Ryan's social security benefits. It's the history of her timeline. So they're up in the upper left-hand corner, there's 3 different colors on this legend. So the first one, the purple colored, it's a social security benefit, was deposited into the joint JP Chase Morgan. So this was Tylee's first account, the 3918. And then we have, on the second one, we have the benefit amount deposited into Lori's own personal account after we believe Tylee was killed. And then we have one that has some hash marks on it, and that's shows that it was deposited for that month. But since Tylee was alive, we discount both those months, but they're just showing that deposits were made.
All right. And are there other dates on that chart?
Yeah, so on the first line, we have the date of 4/3/18. That's when Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, died. And then Tylee begins receiving benefits on the 14th of June. You see the large sum there. It's for her back pay, for lack of a better analysis. And then she starts receiving regular deposits of $1,800. And then when 2019 comes around, she gets a percentage increase. So that's why it's at $1,859. And then as we go towards the end of the middle, we see on the screen here on July 11th of 2019, this is the day that Charles Vallow was killed. And then the deposits keep going. And then on the 12th, Lori contacted the Social Security Administration to change Tylee's benefits. I think earlier I stated the 16th, but it was the 12th, so I stand corrected on that. The deposits for Tylee into the BBVA account now, since she's no longer receiving them in the JP Morgan. And you see here on the 8th, that's the last proof of life we have for Tylee. We have nothing in our investigation has shown that she is living after this date. And then after, for the month of October, Lori's receiving Tylee's benefits directly into her personal account. And then as you see here on the bottom line here, on June 9th, we find Tylee at the defendant Chad Daybell's property.
Detective, similar to that chart, did you make a chart for JJ Vallow's survivor benefits and Lori Vallow's mother, child, and care benefits?
I did.
Did you make that in preparation for testifying today?
Yes.
And did you rely on the banking documents that you reviewed in making that chart?
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 85? Is State's Exhibit 85 the document, the chart for JJ we've been speaking of?
Yes.
And did you create that in anticipation of testifying before the jury?
Yes.
You believe it would aid the jury in understanding these financial transactions?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that State's Exhibit 85 be entered into evidence.
Very well. No objection, so exhibit 85 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe how you made that chart?
Yes, this is a chart depicting JJ's and Lori's, or JJ's social security benefits that are going into Lori's BBVA account. Again, the legend on the upper left shows the benefit amount deposited for JJ. Underneath that, you see the color for the amount deposited for Lori. And then the hash mark box shows, but it's not included in the total amount of deposit because we believe JJ was alive for that month. So as we go through the chart here, as stated in July of 2011, I'm sorry, July 11th of 2019, Charles Val was killed in Arizona. Lori applies for benefits in August and starts receiving benefits in September. And this is their first deposit. And as stated earlier, this is not their regular deposit. It's for the back pay when she generated her paperwork to receive the benefits. And then very next box we see on 9/23, that's our last proof of life for JJ. And then you see the benefits being deposited in. They each were receiving $1,951 per month. So they received for September and then October. And then you look here on the last one, and then November 5th, this date is important to the investigation because that's the day that Lori Vallow became Mrs. Daybell and married Chad in Hawaii. JJ is still receiving benefits, as is Lori, all the way through to the end of the year and into January. And then the last box, we have the 9th when we found JJ on Mr. Daybell's property.
And Detective, all of those social security payments, was it your testimony? Those went into Lori's sole BBVA account?
Correct. She had full control over it.
Detective, can you review or pull out State's Exhibit 65? In your honor, while he does that, State's 65 the Exhibit 65 itself is a business record affidavit with subparts A through D. Where this has a business record affidavit, State's understanding this comes in by way of stipulation.
Mr. Pryor, any objection to 65 and subparts A through D? All right, there is no objection then. Exhibit 65, the electronic business records affidavit is admitted. Exhibits 65A through D are also admitted.
Thank you. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 65 in general?
The entire exhibit is dealing with Tally Ryan's joint account that her mother opened for both of them to share for the BBVA, and they did that in August 19th of 2019.
All right. And can you look specifically at 65A? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a summary of accounts. It's the signature page for the application for the account of Tally Ryan that ends in the last four numbers of 5794. And both her and Lori are signers on it.
And that's through BBVA?
Correct.
When was this account opened?
The 19th of August. 2019.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 65B? What is that?
This is a transaction history monthly statement of activity on Tylee's account for the BBVA.
And in your investigation, was there anything significant about this document?
Yeah, two things. So one, that Tylee was not receiving any more deposits into this account from Social Security where she was in JP Chase Morgan. So any deposits that come into this account are now coming from her mother through transactions within the bank. This particular page we see was created on 8/19, and for the first couple of days, as they are, traveling from Arizona on their move to Idaho, you see again where on out here we have the date of the transaction, but after these post dates of 9/3, it just shows that this card was used in person only 3 times. And that was during their move from Arizona to Idaho. They were at 3 different places. One was in Fillmore, Utah, which is in southern Utah. And it was used at a convenience store. There was one that was used at a Maverick in Perry, Utah. Again, I believe that's still southern Utah. And then there was one that was used in the Wickiup, Arizona. I'm not familiar with geographically where that city is located in Arizona, but it was used on that date. And from there, everything else that we've learned with this account was done online, with the exception of 2 more dates, one in September and one in October.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 65C? And what is that document?
This is transaction history for Tylee's account, the 5794 BBVA from August 2019, I believe, through November of 2019. I'm sorry, it goes through January of 2020.
Okay. And earlier we spoke about on Tyler's JP Chase Morgan account about spending between brick and mortar stores and online payments. What's the general nature on this account?
This activity is completely opposite of what Tylee was using on her JP Chase account. All the activity on this account is done online, with the exception of 2 dates. And you'll see on, I believe, September 17th, there was a transaction where it was used in person at a Costa Vida Mexican restaurant. And then there was another in-person transaction on October 25th, I believe. That was, October 7th. And we believe that Tylee did not make those purchases in person.
In the mic, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'm going to object to that characterization. It calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the last part of the response there, striking the belief Tylee did not make the purchases in person. There's no foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
All right, I'll lay some foundation. Thank you. Detective, through your investigation in this case, were you involved in the search for Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
And are you aware of through that search of a last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
Last known sighting of Tylee Ryan, I believe, was a photograph where she was in Yellowstone on the 8th of September, 2019.
And so these purchases that were made after that date, what was significant about those to you in this investigation?
Just complete opposite of anything that Tylee was doing up until this point. Everything is done online in this account. The monies are coming in from Lori's account to her personal account. She would send money, make deposits into Tylee's account, and then those monies would immediately be Venmoed out to, we learned, Colby Ryan, who is Lori's son.
And you spoke about two brick and mortar purchases,
Yes,
and I believe you said they were both at Costa Vida.
they're both at Costa Vida.
And ask you to look at States Exhibit 65D.
Okay.
And what is States Exhibit 65D?
States, the exhibit is a copy of the receipt that I obtained for a purchase with Tylee's account on the 17th of September of 2019.
Right.
It was an in-person purchase.
And on the third page is States Exhibit 65D. What is that?
This is a Costa Vida receipt dated October 7th, 2019, that was used with Tylee's card associated with this account for an in-person purchase.
And so to clarify, Tylee in that BBVA account, she never received Social Security payments there.
No.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 66? Do you recognize States Exhibit 66?
This is a affidavit of business records for Barclays Bank.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, this exhibit does come in with a business records affidavit. It has subparts A through D. And with that business record, I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
As to Exhibit 66, any objection?
And again, Judge, that was an agreement prior that this would be admitted by stipulation of the parties.
Okay, Exhibit 66 has been offered and is admitted, as well as the subparts 66A through D.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize States Exhibit 66A?
This is a Barclay Bank application for a credit card. And it is in the name of Lori Vallow.
All right, is anyone else's name on there?
No,
All right. Do you know when this was applied for?
the application date was September 24th of 2015.
And can you look at application 524-71125?
This is the application for Barclays Bank credit card for Charles Vallow. And the application date is the same as the previous.
All right, thank you. And then application 55662600. What is that?
This is Barclays Bank application for a credit card in the name of Lori Vallow. The application date was April 19th of 2016.
So this was a joint credit card application. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Can you look at States Exhibit 66B? What is that?
this is a monthly statement of transactions activity for the Barclays credit card belonging to Lori and Charles Vallow.
In your investigation, was there anything significant about the information you found on this page?
Yes, two things stand out. On the second line down for June 12th, we see a credit card payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary in Chandler, Arizona. And this is the day after, if you recall, Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. And the second date is all down to the bottom of the page here. So on July 20th, we see an airline ticket purchase for Legion Air in the name of Chad Daybell. And the airfare was round trip from Provo, Utah. The PVU is the acronym for Provo. And the IWA is Phoenix Mesa. And then round trip back to Provo.
Detect,
I'm sorry.
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You see on this page here too that you have purchase activity for Charles Vallow, and there is no transaction activity in July. And then you see that this card used by Lori Vallow that was issued to her, it was responsible for these transactions.
All right. And so the transaction for the payment for airfare for Chad Daybell was what date?
On July 21st, it was the purchase date. The July 20th was the post date.
And to your knowledge and investigation, was Chad Daybell married to Tammy Daybell at the time
He was.
that was purchased? Yep. Can you look at States Exhibit 66C? And what is that document?
I have a Barclays MasterCard in the name of Alex Cox. And this is a monthly statement of transaction activity for this account.
And you had mentioned earlier that Alex had an account that he shared with his sister Lori. Is this that account?
It is.
How do you know that they shared it?
They each were assigned separate cards.
All right. Can you describe, or is there anything else of significance on this document to your investigation?
Yes, we have at the bottom of the page, we have airfare for Lori Vallow flying from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls on a round trip, and that would be February 25th.
And is the Idaho Falls Airport the nearest airport to Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Was there anything else of note on this page or this document?
No, on the next page.
Okay.
On this page, you're seeing purchases in the month of March on the Alexander Cox, Lori Vallow shared credit card account. you see purchase activity for Lori, and you see her card that ends in the number 5259. There are 3 purchases that she makes on this account that show that she bought airfare for Tylee Ryan and Tylee's friend Brianna Gill. And those purchases were made on March 13th, and they were round trip from Phoenix to LIH, which is, I believe it's pronounced Lahui, Hawaii, on the island of Kauai. And then directly under that, for March 14th, you see Lori using her card to pay for airfare for Chad Daybell, flying from Idaho Falls round trip to Phoenix Mesa and back to Idaho Falls.
And that was March 14th of,
2019.
and so Charles Vallow was still alive at that point, to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Did you find any indication that Charles Vallow had a card on this account?
He did not.
And then Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 66D? What is that document?
This is the application for a Barclays credit card in the name of Alex Cox, dated 9/26 of 2016.
And was this associated with the account we were just speaking of?
Yes.
Is there anything of note on that document to your investigation?
Are you talking about just this particular page? Other than-
Just in that document, is it just the
It's just the account information
account
for
information?
Alex, yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 67? And your,
Sorry.
oh, I was gonna say, Your Honor, this Exhibit 67 has one subpart, just 67A, and it is Exhibit 67 is a business record affidavit, so I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right.
That's correct.
Very well. By stipulation, the parties exhibits 67 and exhibit 67A are both admitted.
All right. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 67A?
I have some knowledge of it, and it's the account from First Hawaiian Bank for Lori Vallow.
And did you receive this through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review this?
I was not the primary reviewer of this.
Did you provide this to another agency to review?
I did. I provided it to forensic accountant Michael Douglas of the FBI.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 68? Do you have that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a business record affidavit associated with Chrysler Capital Finance Company.
And Your Honor, this again, states Exhibit 68 is a business records affidavit, has subpart 68A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 68 and 68A are both admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 68?
I am.
Or 68A?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a application for credit through Chrysler Financial for a purchase. Charles Vallow made of a 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we associated with Tylee Ryan.
And are you familiar with the search for a Jeep in Rexburg, Idaho?
I am.
Is this that same Jeep?
It is.
Is there anything else in that document of note to your investigation?
Yes, that the payments would be made on automatic withdrawals through the account of Tylee Ryan's JP Chase account, the 3918 that she had her. This is the account that it had the stipends deposited into when she first opened that account.
Okay. Thank you. And Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 82? And Your Honor, again, 82 is an affidavit of a records custodian. Has one subpart 82A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 82 and Exhibit 82A are both admitted.
Detective, what is the document found in State's Exhibit 82A?
The document is a rental application in the name of Lori Vallow for 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, the Rock Creek Townhomes in Rexburg, Idaho.
And have you reviewed this document?
I have.
Was there anything of note to your investigation on that document?
Yes, it shows that Lori did move from Arizona to Rexburg. And it shows that she is listed both JJ and Tylee to be living with her. And on the second page, you see here that,
If you're going to point something out, if you
Yes.
can point it with a.
sorry. So her monthly rent from her previous residence in Arizona, she stated the reason for leaving. Lori writes, she is bringing children to attend BYUI. My daughter graduated high school at 16 and wants to attend BYUI, but is too young to live alone, so I'm coming with her and relocating.
Okay.
And then below that, you see, as far as her income, she lists Social Security. So all of the Social Security benefits, Lori's claiming just as her sole income.
And was there an amount that she gave for that?
There was. So there's $5,740. And if you combine all three deposits, the one for Lori, the one for JJ and Tylee's, it arrives at this amount right here.
Thank you. Detective, we've been talking about Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's financial accounts. Did you review any other financial accounts as part of your investigation?
I did.
What other financial accounts did you review?
Reviewed the financial information for Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother.
Right. Earlier, you showed a document listing out Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's different accounts that you had prepared for demonstrative purposes. Did you prepare a similar account for Alex Cox's financial documents?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding which documents or which financial documents pertain to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 69? Is this the same demonstrative list that you've been speaking about?
Yes.
Uh, Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, I'd ask the state's, or is this a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that State's Exhibit 69 be entered into evidence.
There won't be an objection, Judge.
Okay, without objection, then Exhibit 69 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what is on State's Exhibit 69?
So this is a financial account attribution list I created for Alex Cox as we were looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. We went through Alex's financial information, and this is information that we narrowed down through reviews that are pertinent to the investigation. So you see here, the first one is the Desert Financial Credit Union. This was Alex's everyday account. He was receiving paychecks on a regular basis. He was very responsible in his account and his spending. He had a fairly decent, well, decent for me at least, I'm sorry, but for as far as his account balance. So he was not reckless in any way in this account. You see the joint credit card that we just spoke to with Lori, and these are the cards that were associated with that. Alex also had a Mercury MasterCard, and he had a personal account from Wells Fargo, and from that he had 2 cards on Capital One credit cards. And then towards the end, after they moved to Idaho, he ended up opening up a account at the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 70? And Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 70 is an affidavit of a custodian of records. State's Exhibit 70 has 2 subparts, A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 70 and 70A and B?
No, Judge, comes in by way of stipulation of the parties.
All right, Exhibit 70 as well as 70A and B are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 70A? And are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
It's a consumer loan application for a 2017 Ford F-150 pickup truck in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you review these documents as part of your investigation?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of those.
Okay. Did you provide those to another agency?
Yes. There is a second account that I did review on the next page, and it's a checking account application, then an account ending 7175 for Alex Cox, and that's his main everyday account. And I reviewed those documents.
All right. Was there anything of note to you that in that?
Yes. So as I stated earlier, Alex was very responsible, and he was very busy on this account. It appeared to be his everyday account, and he was making payments to his credit cards out of this account as well.
All right. Did those payments ever stop?
The payments did stop. So from this account, we learned that Alex had quit his job when he moved to Idaho. He was working for Heritage Environmental in Arizona, and he was receiving 2 to 3 paychecks a month. And at the end of August and beginning of September, he had quit that job and moved to Idaho. Just before he quit his job, he received a loan in the amount of $21,000 in August. I believe it was August 8th. And from then on, he had no income, no regular income, because he was not employed that we could tell.
Is there anything of significance in terms of purchase history in these documents?
Yes, Alex begins to, in August, begins purchasing firearms and firearms related items with this account and the credit cards.
And you said in August, what year was that?
Of 2019.
Right. And is that purchase history different from the rest of this account?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
The purchase history of firearms, is that something consistent through that account or just starting in August?
It just started in and around August.
You mentioned that he received a loan.
Yes.
Was there a reason listed for that?
Yes. On the loan application, it listed for medical reasons.
All right. And the amount of the loan was $21,000, correct?
21,000 that he received, yes.
Throughout your investigation, did you find any significant medical expenditures in his financial documents between the time of that loan and the time he died in December?
No.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 70B? And what is that?
70B is just a list of monthly statements dated from 2/21 of 2019. I believe through November of 2019.
And were those the documents you were relying on for your most recent testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 71? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 71 comes in by way of custodian of records affidavit. So I believe it's stipulated to, and just has one subpart A.
Any objection to the admission of 71 and 71A?
No, Judge.
Very well. 71 and 71A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 71?
Yes, it's the custodian of records.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Can you look at State's Exhibit 71A?
Yes, this is the loan application for through Lending Club for the $21,000 loan for Alex.
And was this the loan we were talking about for medical expenditures?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
And her brother, Alex, they are so weird. Joint credit cards. I'm going to play later a phone call with his first wife, and the things that she said, ew, they are weird. They are way too close in that sense. Chad shows no emotion, and listening to that prayer that he did, that fake crying, and he's all monotone, and sometimes you can't hear him, he whispers. Just weird.
They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
There's that.
Lori, do you love Chad?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love you, babe.
Yep.
All right, council, we just discussed some scheduling there. We are going to take a mid-morning break at this time. That will be a 30-minute break. We'll come back on and continue until noon, and we'll plan on taking our hour lunch at noon. And then as regular schedule, a mid-afternoon break after that, go till 3:30. Today will be our schedule moving forward. So at this time, we will take our mid-morning break.
All rise, please.
Boy, they really take a lot of breaks. And this is okay. I know they're doing this for a reason because of the money, but you got to be so slow about it. Talk so slow about it. Oh, okay. Let's listen to this phone call to the detective. It's crazy. What were Alex and Lori really?
Investigations, Detective Coons.
Hi, Detective Coons. This is Debbie. I'm returning your call.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling back.
Sure.
So, I'm not really sure. Did you provide the Chandler Police Department with a tip on a specific homicide investigation?
I did.
Okay. I didn't want to lead into what the information was or anything like that, or even assume that it was you, because sometimes people play games with us online. So,
Sure.
So I've read the information that you provided, and I'm assuming you typed the information out?
I did.
Okay. What is it that you can actually talk to us about regarding all of this?
Well, I can only share the conversation. So I was married to Alex many years ago, and our marriage ended within a year, but we stayed in very close contact for several years. And I spoke to Alex last, right after he had served time in jail for the assault on Joseph Ryan. And when he was telling me about it, now Alex, I'm sure you know from your investigation, was a comedian. And he was always joking about things. in a funny way or trying to be funny. And he did tell me he was still really, really mad at Joseph Ryan because of things with his sister Lori.
Okay.
Custody issues. And he had told me that Joseph Ryan had possibly sexually abused the kids, Colby, as well as Tylee. But when I would ask Alex a lot of questions about it and try to dig deeper, then it would turn into, well, we're just trying to get custody. And he would flip-flop around quite a bit on whether or not that abuse had actually taken place, whether they had any proof it had taken place, or if they were just playing games to try to help his sister get custody.
Mm-hmm.
But in that conversation, he told me that he wanted to bait Joseph Ryan into a fight so that he could kill him. And if I had really at that time thought he was serious, because he said it in a joking way, but it was still creepy and weird. Weird enough that I never spoke to Alex again. That was the last time I ever talked to him. I just thought, okay, jail has not been kind to him. He's off his rocker. I really don't want to have this guy in my life anymore.
Oh, okay.
So I just never spoke to him again. That was the last time. But he had told me he wanted to bait him into a fight so that he could kill him and claim self-defense.
Okay. And how long after how long after Alex had been released from serving his time that you guys had this talk?
I think it was probably 2-3 months.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on the dates, but I know it was relatively soon after, just not immediately.
Okay. Did he ever go into any details of what he did to Joe or anything like that, or why he did that?
Yeah, he told me that he had tased him, and he told me that the reason he did it was because Joe was making it difficult for Lori to get custody of the kids. He also claimed that he did it as punishment for sexually abusing the kids. He said he thought Joseph deserved to die because of the sexual abuse. But really, Alex couldn't provide any. Well, I didn't feel, because I was like, well, are you sure? How do you know? Did you take the kids to a doctor? I was asking a lot of questions, and he just couldn't be straight with the answers. But those were his reasons that he stated to me that he had tased Joe.
Okay, and did he say that he had tried to kill Joe that time, or was it something different?
He didn't say he was trying to kill him. He just wanted to hurt him.
Okay.
But he did tell me he wanted to kill him, but I took it more of, I want to kill that guy, just kind of conversational. I didn't think he would actually go do something like that.
Okay.
I was even shocked that he tased him. But I didn't even know about the tasing. I heard about it from Alex.
What do you mean you didn't know about the tasing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alex had kind of fallen off the radar for we hadn't talked for about a year. And so I just thought he kind of fell off the radar. And then we talked, and he told me where he'd been the last year and what he had done.
Okay. When did you guys get married?
We got married in 92.
So then you got divorced in 93?
Yeah. Yeah, that, I don't know that this helps anything with the investigation, but as soon as I married him, I didn't know his family before we got married. We dated, whirlwind romance, got married, then I got to know the family. And there were so many crazy dynamics in that family that And I've gone back since all of this came out and read my journals from that period of time. And there was just a lot of crazy dynamics in that family back then. And it caused a lot of issues right away. And it actually made me scared and nervous.
How so?
And we fought about, because there was a lot of inappropriate sexual touching and things going on in the family, particularly between him and his sister.
So between Alex and Lori?
And Lori.
Okay. You kind of got me at a loss on this one. What do you consider inappropriate sexual touching?
Like they were simulating sex acts, and which is not normal to me for a brother and a sister. For example, he would pick her up and she'd wrap her legs around his waist, and he would kind of bounce her up and down on himself.
Okay.
In front of me, and they would moan and simulate sex acts. And I have brothers, and I would never act like that with one of my brothers.
Okay.
And his mom and dad talked about their sex life in front of us constantly, and it just kind of seemed to be a game for them.
Oh,
to
the
talk
mom and
about
dad
their...
didn't really object to it then, huh?
No, not at all. All had no shame.
Okay. So that obviously was kind of an alarm for you, I'm assuming, during your marriage.
Yeah.
And did it continue? Was it more than one time that you saw it?
Yeah, it was just about every time we were with them. Now, Alex and I only lived together married for about 4 or 5 months. And then I just knew that family was too weird, that I had made a big mistake. And so I got out.
Okay. So at the time, were you guys part of LDS?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, both of us had been baptized, but neither one of us were being active.
Okay.
And I was only baptized and active for a year of my life anyway. I wasn't really raised LDS.
Alrighty. How did Alex talk about Lori?
Well, he was a really, really protective big brother, but he also talked about her being hot, and he sexualized her quite a bit. But he was just also really, really protective. We lived in the same apartment complex for a while, and it just kind of seemed like Alex just chased after her a lot.
Did you ever suspect anything more going on other than their playfulness, I guess?
Well, I asked him because he did touch her breasts and things, but they were allowed to do that in their family. So to him, he didn't think it was weird. He thought I was weird for thinking it was weird. And so we talked about that stuff a lot, but I didn't think he was sleeping with her.
Okay.
I just thought he had the liberty to touch her.
Did you ever confront him on that?
Yeah, I did. And I confronted him on, what about when we have kids? Would you allow that between our kids? And he just didn't think that there was anything wrong with what was going on.
Okay.
So we fought about it.
So you mentioned that he was a protective big brother. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that?
Well, he just, she had been married. She got married really quickly. I think she ran off to Las Vegas, and this was right before I married Alex. I think she ran off to Las Vegas with she married a guy and then came home, and Alex would just always talk about how he wanted to go kick his ass.
Was this Joe or was this somebody else?
No, this was someone else. She got married when she was like 18.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't approve of her choice, and she did run away and elope. And the minute she got back to California, their dad, Barry, made her divorce him. And so Alex was like really, really bothered by that. But if anybody kind of looked at her wrong or treated her how he thought was not right, then he was always talking about how he wanted to kick their ass.
Okay. And did you ever see him take steps to that?
No. I really thought he was all talk and no action on that.
Okay.
He always just talked really tough back then.
How old were they when you guys got married and you saw this behavior?
I was 22 and Alex was 24.
Okay. And I'm unfamiliar with how much older Alex was than Lori.
I'd say 3-4 years.
3 to 4 years. So, okay. So she was maybe 20, 21 at the time?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That sounds right.
Okay. And this, where was this at? What state?
Utah.
In Utah?
Mm-hmm. Lori and Alex both lived here in Utah. And then we just went to California a lot. And so a lot of the inappropriate behavior that I saw, I didn't see any of that in Utah. All of the inappropriate behavior I saw was in California at their mom and dad's house.
So anytime that you guys went to visit the parents, that's when you saw this behavior?
Yeah.
Okay. And otherwise, how was his behavior at the apartments other than, I guess, kind of touching her?
At the apartments, I didn't really see them interact too much. It seemed like here in Utah, she had her friends that she ran around with, and Alex and I were always together. And so I didn't see a whole lot of interaction. I just remember a lot of the conversations about him wanting to beat up the guys she was dating. And he was always kind of obsessed with where she was going and what she was doing, but we didn't do a lot with her.
Okay. And is that also during that time frame that he would refer to her as being hot, or would that be only when you were visiting the family?
No, that was, during that time he would talk about how hot she was.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are they biological brother and sister?
They are, to my knowledge.
Okay. And you never talked to him after that last comment where he stated he was going to try to bait Joe into a fight?
Yeah, nope. That was the last time I talked to him.
Okay. And forgive me, would that have been in 2009?
Yeah.
Or would that have been a little later?
No, I think it was 2009 when I was doing the math.
Okay. But it
was right after he had just been in jail.
Okay. And you said like a couple months maybe after he got out.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you ever hear of Alex being violent to anybody other than the event with Joe?
No, I hadn't. Like I said, I really thought Alex was all talk and no action. And so I never thought that could happen.
Okay. Did Alex ever?
I was shocked by the tasing.
Well, I can imagine if you've never seen that type of behavior, I can certainly imagine the shock that could come from that. Did Alex ever talk about religion with you or any ideology that he had?
Yeah, he did. While he and I were married, he got excommunicated from the Mormon church. And then over the course of the years of our communicating after our divorce, I know that he said he got rebaptized and then he got excommunicated again. And then I just don't think he ever bothered to try to get rebaptized, but he was always really, really convicted in the faith. He had very strong opinions, but where Alex is weak is he was just sexually promiscuous. And so then he just kept getting kicked out of the church because I think he was a sex addict.
So what makes you think he was sexually promiscuous?
Oh my goodness, because he told me. He would tell me. He couldn't control sex. He would find it wherever he could find it.
And is this after you were divorced?
And it was before also. I was just foolish and thought, oh, he's married now, so that's going to be over. But we were actually living in, when we first moved in together, we were living in Texas. And he had told me about his struggles with sex addiction before we got married.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't really understand what that was at 22. And so I thought, oh, okay, we get married and it's over. But when we were living in Texas, then he came, I had been wanting to move back to Utah because I didn't like living in Texas. And he wanted to stay, but then all of a sudden he came home from work one day and said, okay, we're moving. Pack up the car. Let's go. I didn't ask questions because I was excited to leave. So we packed up the car and we left, but it was really hurried. And we even left some things behind. But once we got back to Utah, I found out that actually he had slept with a 15-year-old girl while we were living in Texas. And her dad had found out. And so her dad was going to come find him.
Gotcha.
So that's why we left.
I'm going to take care of this problem on my own type of a deal.
Yeah. So Alex, that was why Alex came home and said, okay, we're leaving right now.
Okay.
And we were already married at that point, but that did play into our divorce. There was just too much promiscuity.
Sure.
Surrounding sex in our marriage early on.
So infidelity then, I'm assuming, was part of the issues?
Just with I only know about the 15-year-old girl. Mm-hmm. I only know about that one. And then the other sex issues for us were really the situation with his sister.
The situation with his sister with...
Just the touching and, yeah, the touching and the things that we've already talked about.
Okay.
It was just so blatant all the time when we were around her. And it was always Lori. He didn't act like that with his other sister, Summer, because Summer was really, really young. So, and he didn't act like that with his older sister, Stacy. He only acted like that with Lori.
Okay. Okay. So since all of this stuff has obviously been hitting the media, have you been contacted by any other family members or anyone else and provided information with the intent that they wanted you to say this or anything like that?
No. No, I've actually really, really kept a low profile because I don't want to be in the news. I don't want my kids felt a responsibility to at least say what I heard in that last conversation. And it's taken me a while to even get to you because I left a tip on the Gilbert police, and I left a tip at Idaho, and I left a tip at the FBI, and didn't ever hear from anyone. And then it was just this last week I realized I should have left the tip with Chandler. But no,
So
I haven't
nobody
been
else has
contacted.
you.
No. I'm not even sure that people can find our marriage and divorce license because it was just so long ago.
Where was that?
So I
at? What
don't.
state?
We got married in Wyoming.
And was it pretty much a know-nothing deal for the divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. Since there's no kids in common.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So I'm asking this next question because it's going to get asked one way or the other. So it's not to be judgmental or anything like that. But why come forward now this far down the road from when the investigation started?
Well, like I said, at first, I couldn't even believe it. When I saw it on the news, I thought, I can't believe this happened. And then after about a month of that, then I did start trying to reach out. I tried all of those agencies that I told you about.
Okay. When did you actually first hear about this?
December
of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because of the search for the kids and or the death of Alex or what?
No, it was it was the search for the kids. I was watching the news one night.
Okay, and it
came on, and I was just floored.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just let you know that we record our conversations just because the prosecutors want that done. But I'm going to stop the recording now so I can actually ask for your personal information. Okay. So just kind of bear with me.
Can I tell you one thing though?
Yes.
Because I don't want to leave anything out.
Yes.
When I first found out, very first, I did reach out to Alex's sister, Summer, through Instagram and just said, because I heard Alex had died. And so I reached out to his sister, Summer, and I said, I'm just so sorry to hear about Alex. And her response was, don't believe what you're seeing in the news. And that was it. There was no other contact, but I just didn't want you to think that when you asked me if I'd talked to anyone, I talked to Summer, but that was the only exchange, and that's all it was said.
And that was with Instagram?
Yeah, and that was probably actually in December when I first heard that Alex had passed away and that there was a problem. At that point, I just still couldn't believe that actually he could have done something like this.
Sure.
So I was sad he died.
It is it is one of those things that we tend to not see in people, and then we have an even harder time believing it when we hear of it.
Yeah, it took me a minute to believe this was actually happening, but I would say, and I'll be honest, I was scared of being in the news because my kids don't. And I thought, well, the police are going to find everything that they need. But I just couldn't get past what Alex had said. And while he may not have done that plan to Joseph, I don't know that he didn't do it to Charles. And I just couldn't live knowing he had said something like that to me and not pass it on.
And I appreciate the fact that you are reaching out to us to provide this information to us. So I'm going to ask you if we have additional questions, is it okay to reach out to you?
Of course.
Okay. So I'm going to stop the recording now so I get the additional information.
And there's that. How sick is that, people? Weirdos. That ain't normal. Okay. They should be back any minute because that phone call was 27 minutes long. Mark, what do you think about that? Very strange. Oh boy. Hold on. That is so freaking weird. I'm looking for something, people. Still looking. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Oh, my ears are ringing. Hi, Amanda. Oh, I believe her too.
Thank you. Please be seated.
There we go. He needs light on him. We cannot see him. Are they doing that on purpose? What do you guys think? So there's that. She's sitting on his lap. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was on mute again. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Barry. What's going on here? Yeah, I'm okay. Can someone pay the electric bill, please? On Chad's side, I think he ran out of the. Ah, yeah, where did all that money go? That was a lot of money.
We don't have anything today on Zoom either. There's no Zoom hearing, but. Okay.
Okay, come on, let's do this.
All rise.
Here we go.
Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state's continuing with its case in chief. Detective Considis is on the stand and has previously been sworn and is under oath. Continuing with direct examination, the court would also note we had previously turned the blinds down for better resolution on the monitor, but had requests from the jurors to have the windows open. And so they're open, and hopefully we get good enough resolution on the monitor to go forward. We'll still dim lights when we're showing exhibits. And if it's clear enough, I'm fine to have the windows remain open. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 72? And 72A? And Your Honor, I just represent, this is 72 is a business record affidavit and 72A is the one subpart. And I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, exhibit 72 has been offered as well as 72A without objection. Those exhibits are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 72 and 72A?
I do.
What are they?
72 is the affidavit of record for Credit Shop, which is the parent company for Mercury, for a credit card application for Alex Cox.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have some knowledge of this account, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you provide these records to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
All right.
Michael Douglas, forensic accountant at the FBI.
All right, thank you. Can you look at State's Exhibit 73 and 73A? Again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 73 has a business records affidavit. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, so 73 and 73A are each admitted as well.
Detective, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
What are these documents?
This is 73 is a business records declaration for a Wells Fargo account in the name of Alex Cox for a Visa credit card.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review them?
I have some knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of this account.
Did you provide these documents to Mike Douglas at the FBI as well?
I did.
Thank you. When you look at State's Exhibit 74. And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 74 is business records affidavit, and with one or two subparts, I believe it comes in by way of stipulation. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 74?
Ma'am,
All right. Your Honor, may that be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 74 and 74A and B are admitted.
And are you familiar with these documents?
yes.
What are they?
It's a declaration of records from Capital One for 2 applications of credit cards in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you obtain these through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of these.
And does that apply to 74A and B? You
Yes,
provided those to Mike Douglas?
yes.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 75? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 75 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 75 and 75A being admitted?
No, Judge.
All right, 75A and 75 are each admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with these records?
I am.
Did you obtain those through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you provide those documents to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, is it fair to say that you reviewed Alex Cox's financial information, specifically the Desert Financial?
Yes,
Did you prepare a demonstrative chart to show a timeline of its financial records and spending?
yes,
Did you do that in anticipation of testimony today?
yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 86? Is this the chart you've been preparing, that you spoke of preparing?
Yes,
And did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the timeline of some of Alex Cox's banking and events in this case?
yes,
And is that document a true and accurate representation of what you created?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 86 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. State's Exhibit 86 is entered.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through this timeline and chart you've created?
yes. This is the financial timeline for Alex Cox. Again, it's Lori Ballow's brother who moved to Idaho with Lori and Tylee JJ. So this is dated from February 7th, 2019 through December 12th. And December 12th is the day that Alex died. So that's where it stops. But you see in the dark blue part of the timeline, you have the financial credit union 7175. He's got a steady income, regular monthly deposits from his place of work, the Heritage Environment. Everything, I can reiterate, he was kind of responsible in the sense that he was paying his bills and paying on his credit cards. In August 9th, he applies for the $21,000 loan and receives it, and it's deposited into this account. So from August 10th through October 24th, you see here that Alex makes 46 transactions for gun-related purchases. Again, this covers the accounts and the credit card, the financial account, but he's paying on the credit cards through this account. So at the end of August, he quits his job and they move to Idaho with Lori and the kids, and he's got no job, no regular income. And then we see here on November 13th, He opens up the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg. And then a short time later, he dies on December 12th.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you review financial documents for Chad Daybell?
I have some knowledge, but I was not the primary reviewer for Mr. Daybell's accounts.
Right, but did you obtain any documents for Mr. Daybell?
I did.
Are some of those documents ones that you testified to earlier that you handed off to the FBI to look at?
Yes,
But you helped write subpoenas and warrants and obtained financial documents for Mr. Daybell.
I did.
So far, you've provided 2 lists of financial account attribution lists, one for Lori and Tylee and one for Alex Cox. Did you prepare a similar list for the documents you received for Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 76? Did you prepare that document to aid the jury in understanding which accounts exist that contain financial information that you looked at for Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the documents that you were looking at?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit 76 be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 76 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
So here's the financial account attribution list I created for Mr. Daybell. His main everyday account we learned was from the Mountain America Credit Union. It was a joint account with his wife Tammy, and the 3007 and the 3301 are 2 separate accounts within the Mountain America system that they had. And the second account here was for Spring Creek Book Company, and that's the company that Mr. Daybell owns and with his publishing and selling of books. And there was 2 credit cards assigned to this account, one card ending in 3136 and one card that was issued to Tammy, and the last 4 numbers were 7171. After that, we have a First Hawaiian Bank personal account that Mr. Daybell opened, and that account ends in 9185. There's a Citibank credit card that Mr. Daybell opened an account with. There's also a Visa card associated with the Wells Fargo account. And the last one on the list here was a Capital One account with 2 cards issued, one to Chad and one to his wife, Tammy.
All right. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77? Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 77 is a certificate of authenticity of this business records, and there are subparts A through I. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
77 and 77A.
A through I.
I have been offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well. Exhibits 77 as well as 77A through I are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77A?
Yes,
What is that document?
it is a monthly statement associated to account 3301 for, say, Spring Creek Book Company.
Okay, and did you review this document?
I have some knowledge of it, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain this?
Yes,
Is this a document that you handed off to Mike Douglas as well?
yes.
All right. Can you look at State 77B? And what is that?
This is a Mountain America Credit Union account 3007 for Chad Daybell.
And is it a joint account?
It's a joint account for Chad and his wife Tammy.
All right. And it's, I'm sorry, in State's Exhibit 77A, who was that account for?
It was both for Chad and Tammy as well.
And was it involved with Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes,
Do you know what Spring Creek Book Company is?
it's the business Mr. Daybell owns for publishing and selling of books.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that's a mischaracterization.
Response, Mr. Wood?
I think the officer testified to his knowledge. I don't see how that's a mischaracterization.
Why do your innate objection, Judge?
All right, well, I'm just gonna overrule the objection. You can go into that on cross though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fryer.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 78? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 78 is again an affidavit of a custodian of records with one subpart 78A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, 78 and 78A are offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well, both are admitted, 78 as well as 78A.
And Detective, what is State's Exhibit 78A?
It is a account application in the name of Chad Daybell for First Hawaiian Bank.
And did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide this to the FBI?
I did.
Thank you. And can you look at State's Exhibit 79? And Your Honor, 79 is a custodian of records affidavit, one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well, then as offered, Exhibit 79 and 79A are both admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 79 and 79A?
79 is an affidavit records for Citibank for a credit card in the name of Chad Daybell.
Did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide it to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 80? Your Honor, again, I know this is a bit monotonous, but this is State's Exhibit 80 is the business record declaration or affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection?
There's, Judge, it's in by stipulation.
Okay, well, they're only in once I admit them. So Exhibit 80 is admitted and 80A is also admitted. And I appreciate counsel in going through, making sure our record is clear.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 80 and 80A?
Yes.
What are those documents?
80 is a business declarations from Wells Fargo. 80A is a Visa card for Wells Fargo for Mr. Daybell.
All right. And did you receive those records by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide them to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
yes.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit? Can you look at State's Exhibit 81 and 81A? Again, 81 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 81 and 81A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 81A?
Yes.
What is it?
81 is a business records affidavit for Capital One. And the subdocument 81A is the monthly statements for purchases on the Capital One credit card for Chad and Tammy Daybell.
Did you receive those by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide those to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? And Your Honor, 88 is an affidavit of records custodian. It has one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right. And that was exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry,
Judge.
And 88A or
And
both.
88A.
All right, thank you.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 88?
Yes.
What is it?
88 is an affidavit of records from Julie Black of Kauai Dreams Realty for an email that was sent to her.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 88A?
88A is a screenshot of an email that was sent from Mr. Daybell to Kauai Dreams Realty.
Detective, how did you receive this document?
Well, I came into this document in February of 2020. Trying to locate the kids. We monitor social media sites and came across this document. And so I reached out to Julie Black to see the validity of this email and whether or not it was true or not.
And, go ahead. And were you able to verify with her that this was an accurate document?
Yes,
And then she sent it to you with that records of an affidavit
yes.
or affidavit custodian. What date was this email sent?
This date was sent, the email was sent on November 8th. See right here, 2019. That was about 3 days after Chad and Lori were married in Hawaii.
All right. And who sent the email?
The email address sender is chad.daybell@gmail.com.
And who is the recipient of the email?
Julie Black.
And can you read the body of the email?
I can. It says, we are interested in seeing this property. Would the owners be interested in leasing this property to a clean couple with no pets or children? Please let us know. Thank you.
Detective, what was of note of this document or why was this document significant to your investigation?
Well, as of November 8th in this email, it's stating that Chad and Lori have no kids. And so we're out looking for the kids, and they put this in, or Chad puts this in a body of an email saying that they don't have kids. We just found this to be odd.
And when did you receive this email? Do you recall?
It was in February of 2020.
In fact, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? I believe there's a date on the affidavit. And what was the date that the affidavit was submitted?
It was submitted on the 4th of March, 2020.
Okay. And so at this time in your investigation, had you been able to locate Kylie or JJ?
No,
And so was the significance of that to you that Chad Daybell, the husband of the children's mother, was stating they didn't have kids?
Correct.
Judge, that's argumentative.
It's a late objection, so it's overruled. It was answered.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 90?
Yes.
Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 90 is an affidavit of business records. There are two parts, 90A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 90, 90A, and 90B?
No, Judge.
All right, all three of those exhibits, 90, 90A, 90B, are admitted.
Detective, can you look at 90A?
Okay.
What is that document?
This is a subscriber information for Cable One. It's one of the online or cable services that's offered in Rexburg. It is named for Lori Vallow, September 3rd of 2019.
And is there an address associated with that?
Yes, it shows 565 Pioneer Road, apartment number 175.
Right. And is there an email associated with that?
Yes, the email listed is lollytime@icloud.com.
Detective, why were these documents of interest to you in your investigation?
Well, as we learned on her rental application when she was moving from Arizona to Idaho, she filled out the lease for apartment number 107. So when the warrants that were served, we found her to be living in apartment 175. The other area of we'd like to inquiry about was there's a IP address that's associated with this account as well.
And why was that of note to you?
Well, later in our investigation, we found that Lori was in possession of Tylee's cell phone, and Venmo purchases were being made from this cell phone through this IP address.
And so could you track those Venmo payments through that IP address?
Yes.
And when you look at State's Exhibit 90B, what is that document?
This is Cable One subscriber information in the name of Alex Cox for 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 107. And this was generated on September 11th of 2019.
And what was significant to that document in your investigation?
This was the apartment that Lori was originally assigned to be living out of. They had switched apartments.
Right. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 91? Again, Your Honor, 91 is an affidavit of a records custodian with one subpart 91A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 91 and 91A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 91A?
I do.
What is it?
This is a letter from Windstream Services stating that we were looking for information of a Venmo that was sent from an IP address off of Tylee's phone. And so when researching the IP address, it came back to Windstream Communications. And so we reached out to them and said, do you have any information in regards to Tylee Ryan? And they said that they didn't. They just offer IP addresses or static IP addresses. And this was the IP address that we were inquiring about was issued to a Residence Inn hotel in Kansas City, Missouri.
So what led you to look for these documents?
Again, we were looking back on Tylee's BBVA accounts. We know that she wasn't receiving her regular deposits, and the money that was being deposited into her account was from Lori's account that Tylee had no control over. So she was sending money, transferring it into Tylee's account, and then it would be Venmoed off almost immediately. And so following up on those types of transactions, that's how we came to know this particular IP address.
All right. And so there, just to be clear, a Venmo from Tylee's account was sent through this IP address,
Correct.
right? And do you know where this Windstream Services is located?
They're located in Missouri.
And did it give a date for that transaction?
Did October 10th of 2019.
Okay, so the Venmo went through that IP address on October 10th,
Correct.
2019 in Missouri.
Correct.
And can you look at States Exhibit 92? Again, Your Honor, 92 is an affidavit of a records custodian with a subpart 92A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
All right, 92 and 92A are both admitted.
Detective, what is States Exhibit 92A?
92A is a folio bill from the Residence Inn Kansas City Airport located in Kansas City, Missouri.
And what was significant about this document to you?
This was the location of the IP address that was given on Tylee's cell phone on that date.
Okay. And does this document identify any individual for renting a room?
Yes. The room was purchased by Melanie Boudreau, who is Lori Ballow's niece.
All right. And do you know if anyone else was with her?
We know that Lori traveled to Kansas City with Melanie on this date. They flew from Phoenix to Missouri on the 10th and returned to Phoenix on the 12th. And we can confirm that with the airline reservations.
All right. And what was significant about that trip to you in your investigation?
That Lori was in Missouri using Tylee's phone and Tylee wasn't there.
Okay. Were you able to verify through flight records where they flew from?
I did.
Where did they fly from? Bailiff? Where did they fly from?
They flew from Phoenix to Missouri, according to the flight records.
And so on that folio, it only stated the two people.
The two people, yes.
So there was no Tylee Ryan on that folio.
No. And
And
it
no
shows,
JJ Vallow.
no, and it shows that the room was paid for by Melanie.
Okay. Detective, we're gonna shift gears a little bit. As part of your investigation, did you ever engage in any type of search for pharmaceutical records?
Yes.
What type of search did you do?
In cases such as missing persons, we'll reach out if we have an idea of where the person we were looking for is living or has lived, and we will reach out to the state it's a resource to the state pharmaceutical board and request if any prescriptions were filled that may lead us to a location that or an area that they may be in.
And did you do that for, who did you do a search for?
I did a search for JJ. I did a search for Tylee. There was one we searched for Melanie Boudreau as well, and also Lori.
And how do you go about doing a search for pharmaceutical records?
We'll reach out to the pharmaceutical board in the state and submit a request and let them know the circumstances, and they will then submit the information to you.
All right, and does each state do that the same?
Same premise, but they're all a little bit different. But we reached out to the state of Arizona, the state of Montana, and state of Hawaii, and the state of Idaho.
Why Montana?
Well, early on, as this case was unfolding at the very beginning, we were receiving tips, and one of the tips called in. They thought maybe JJ and Tylee were being held in a compound in Montana somewhere. So we just called upon that to check on that. And also that Melanie Boudreau at the time was living directly next door in apartment 174. So that's why her name was run as well.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 94 and 94A? Your Honor, States Exhibit 94 is a records affidavit of records custodian. I might just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
Oh my God, you guys. This is crazy. Why? I don't get it. Oh God.
They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
So there's that. Oh my God, that really sucks how dark it is, people. I want to look at Kermit's face. Kermit.
All right, I apologize, Detective. Can you look at States Exhibit 94 and 94A? And I can't remember if this was admitted or not.
Not yet.
Okay. Your Honor, again, 94 is an affidavit of a records custodian. 94 is the subpart. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. 94 and 94A are both admitted.
Detective, what was States Exhibit 94A?
These are prescription monitoring program checks for the state of Hawaii through the Hawaii Narcotics Enforcement Division.
And did you find any records of prescriptions for JJ Vallow in Hawaii?
I believe we did, but not in the time frame that we were requesting.
Okay. And did you find any prescriptions for Tylee Ryan?
No, I don't believe so.
You mentioned checking in Montana.
Yes.
Can you look at States Exhibit 95 and 95A? Your Honor, again, I believe that this document comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 95 and 95A, both admitted.
And Detective, if you'll look at 95A, when you submitted names to these states, did you just do one name or multiple names?
We did multiple names. We knew that when we were looking through the airline records, JJ would fly under the name of Ryan, or he'd fly under the name Fallow. So we just, we would use both last names when we were searching. Researching for this.
So what was the name you searched for on this page?
JJ Ryan,
And here?
Joshua Jackson Ballo,
Here?
Joshua Jackson Ryan,
Here?
Melanie Boudreau,
On this page?
Melanie Pulowski. This would be Melanie Boudreau's current last name. She had remarried in November of 2019.
And here?
And the last here is Tyler Ryan.
Did you ever find records of Tyler Ryan traveling under a different name?
Only once, and that was on a trip to Hawaii in early 2019. She flew under Tylee Vallow one way and returned Tylee Ryan and a different on the return leg.
And Detective, excuse me, did you perform that search in Idaho?
I did not. Another detective did, but the search was performed.
And are you aware if any results came in from that search?
There were no results.
All right. And any results from Arizona?
No results from Arizona, although they live down there. I was educated that Arizona only keeps track of narcotic analgesics or painkillers, opiate based drugs. That's all they keep track of. They don't do anything for any other types of medications.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 96? In your honor, 96 is an affidavit of a records custodian. And it has one subpart A.
Any objection to 96 and 96A being admitted?
No, Judge, thank you.
Very well, both are admitted.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 96A? That is. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Did you obtain that document?
I did.
And what is it?
This is an email exchange that Lori Vallow sent to Michael Edson. It's a little blurry on my screen here. If it's a way I don't have a copy in my possession. Okay, there you go.
Is that better?
Yes. This is an email sent from Lori Val to Mike Edson. We learned that it was a tax accountant that did Lori and Charles' taxes. And she sent an email to him asking if you'd like me to read the body, I could.
So it looks to me, Detective, like there's two emails. Can you tell which email was sent first?
I want to clarify exhibits here, Mr. Wood. Which exhibit is this being published right now?
That would be 96A.
All right. My 96A courtesy copy is the subpoena, but not the email.
Wait, can I approach?
You may. I'll just have the bailiff provide you a copy of my courtesy copy. And if I don't, it's fine.
You're correct. Oh, well, all right, strike. You're, what I have is consistent with what you have.
Okay, you can go ahead and publish it, Mr. Wood. It's been admitted, and it's fine if my courtesy copy is not containing that as well.
And Your Honor, we'll correct that after court.
Thank you.
Detective, all right, who's that email from again?
Michael Edson.
And are you aware of who Michael Edson is?
Yes, he was a tax accountant for Lori and Charles Vowell.
All right. And can you read the body of that email?
So the first email was sent by Lori on September 9th. It says, "Hi, Mike. This is Lori Vallow. I'm not sure if you heard, but Charles passed away in July. It's been a pretty stressful couple of months. I saw online our tax return got sent out, but it went to an old address. I moved with the kids and forwarded the mail, but I'm not sure that they will forward the tax return check. Is there some way to contact them to cancel that check and do a direct deposit? Or how would that work? Let me know when you can. Thanks, Lori."
Did he respond?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded by email. Lori sent her email at 5:03 p.m. and he responds the same date at 6:11 p.m. Says, "Lori, I'm sorry to hear about Charles. I really thought he was a great guy. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." In the interim, here is the link to the IRS to fill out a change of address form so they can send you the check up to the new address. Prayers with you, Mike.
Detective, why was this email exchange significant to your investigation?
Well, the email itself is rather benign. It's just appears to be a classic back and forth of exchanging information, but the date on the email is what was important to us, being September 9th. We recall our last known sighting of proof of life of Tylee was September 8th and September 9th. So we believe the investigation has found that Tylee was no longer living at the time of this email.
Okay. And was it significant to you that was just one day after her last known sighting?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98? And Your Honor, this is 98 is a certificate of authenticity with one subpart 98A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Very well. 98 and 98A are both admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98A? And can you describe what it is?
98A is airline information that we received via search warrant for 2 American airlines. We requested several names in the warrant to see if we could find out whether or not Tylee or JJ were on a plane somewhere during our search for them.
And these are the American airline records.
Correct.
And did you find any history of Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow or Lori Vallow on these documents?
There were several flights for Lori during the period of time we requested from January 1st of 2019 through 2020. And there was only 2 flights that were listed for Tylee, and one was in February and one was in March, and they were both round trips to Hawaii. But there were no flights for JJ.
So, no, I'm sorry, did you say no flights for JJ?
No flights for JJ on American Airlines.
And what was the time frame in which you asked for these records?
January 1st of 2019 through the end of the year.
And do you recall why that was?
Well, we knew that they had moved up to Idaho in September, but we wanted to see if there was any regular places that they went to or visited that we may reach out to another agency or something to try to find and locate JJ and Tylee.
All right. And so to clarify, you stated you found 2 flights for Tylee Ryan to Hawaii
Yes,
and multiple flights for Lori Vallow.
correct. And also Chad Daybell.
Oh, okay. And what of those flights of Lori Vallow are of interest to your investigation?
Well, the biggest one was in and around time of that Tammy Daybell was killed.
Grounds. Sustain.
Oh,
I'll strike just the last part of the response saying Tammy was killed.
All right. Are you aware of what day Tammy Daybell died?
Yes, it was the 19th of October, 2019.
All right. And so one of these flights of Lori Vallow coincided with that death. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And there was another flight as well that was in and around that time that was pertinent to us.
And what flight was that?
That was the flight in early November where Chad and Lori flew to Hawaii to get married. They were married on November 5th and they flew out on the 3rd of November.
And that was on these American Airlines documents.
Correct.
Okay.
I bet you this is going to be the only witness today. Because they're going to take a break at noon, right? Till 1.
Detective, can you look at State's
All right.
Exhibit 100? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 100 is a business records affidavit with one subpart A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 100 or 100A? All right, both are admitted.
Detective, State's Exhibit 100, what is it?
It is business records affidavit for Southwest Airlines.
And what is 100A?
This are airline information reservations for Southwest Air.
And did you find anything in these records that were pertinent to your investigation?
We found that Lori and Charles traveled on this airline through 2019, and we learned that JJ had flown 6 times, but that was all prior to them moving to Idaho.
Okay. And do you know what those flights were?
They were flights from Phoenix to Houston, where Charles Vallow lived at the time, and JJ would fly back and forth between Phoenix and Houston to visit.
Okay. And did you find any other records on Southwest Airlines that were pertinent to your investigation?
Just give me a moment.
I know, right? Jesus. What is going on?
I'm not seeing anything for Southwest Air.
Primarily those
Oh,
those
geez.
flights for JJ Vallow.
Correct.
Did you find any flights for Tylee Ryan on Southwest?
Don't believe we did.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 99? And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 99 is a business records declaration with one subpart A.
I do not
Wasn't
have
that
that.
ridiculous?
Your Honor, made the witness be handed a copy.
All right, I don't believe the court has a courtesy copy of that one either.
Can I ask counsel? Okay.
You can still,
I guess, can you show it to counsel in the court and then?
I'll just do some light reading, Judge.
very well.
Okay. Unbelievable. I mean, really? Really? Sorry, guys, I get impatient.
Lori, do you love Chad?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love you, babe.
So there's that.
You are not as tough as
Yep, that too. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to you also, Mark. Can they get any more slower? What do you guys think? I mean, me complaining, looking at the screen ain't gonna help. However,
Judge, can counsel and I
oh,
approach just briefly?
oh, of course, of course.
What message do you have for the world, Lori? I know you can hear me.
Never heard.
Yep. So there's that too. That's Lori coming and going from the courthouse. Paparazzi was there. That's right. So was Nate. So was Nate. This is ridiculous. And in 10 minutes, they're going to go for lunch. What can we watch? I try to entertain you people the best that I can. I'm going to have to put something back here. Oh, look at this crazy little witch.
I will use the one card that I have over you. Casey, I will use the one card that I have over you. Casey.
Hi, honey. How you doing, baby? He's eating a brownie. But later.
You. I'll find more. I got lots more. I just don't have it downloaded in StreamYard. Okay, people.
And I'm sorry, what were those dates?
Dates were for April 26th through the 29th of 2019.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 305A? And 305? And Your Honor, 305 is a certification of records. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation with one part, 305A.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, both 305 and 305A are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 305A?
Yes, this is airline reservation information from United Airlines.
And who is it for, and what does this document tell you?
This document tells me that the passenger on the reservation is for Chad Daybell.
And does this coincide with the last document you looked at in time?
Yes.
And does it say who purchased the flight?
This flight was purchased by Lori Vallow through her BBVA account.
But the person flying was Mr. Daybell.
Correct.
Detective, we've talked a lot about finances and travel. Looking at, is it fair to say you've reviewed several travel records pertaining to individuals involved in this case.
Yes,
And did you have to look at a large amount of documents to do so?
yes,
Detective, in aid of the jury understanding the travel dates that are important to your investigation, did you prepare a timeline that shows the travel of the different parties?
yes.
And what records did you use to create that timeline?
We used airline records from Allegiant, Delta, American, United.
And did you prepare that document in aid of your testimony today?
Yes,
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the dates
yes,
and the places traveled to?
yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 303? Detective, is this that document that you prepared in aid of the jury?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you prepared?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit Exhibit 303 into the record.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 303 is admitted.
Detective, I'm going to turn your attention to the first page of 303. And can you walk the jury through this timeline?
sure. This is a travel timeline for Chad and Lori Daybell. This first box on top of the timeline right before January shows that Chad and Lori met on the 26th of October in 2018. So this starts in January of 2019. So in January, on the 6th to the 10th, Chad Daybell flies round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix, and the flight was booked in December of 2018 by Mr. Daybell using the Chad Daybell Gmail address, the same one he used for the Kauai Dreams Realty. As we move to March, we see that Lori Vallow booked a round trip flight from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, but she canceled this flight on the 26th for unknown reasons. But she ended up booking a flight and flew to Hawaii for this time frame. In the middle to late March, on the 19th to the 21st, Chad Daybell flew from round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa, and the flight was booked on the 13th of March 2019 by Lori Vallow, and this is her Lolly Time Forever at iCloud email associated with that account. In April, Lori flies one way from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls. The flight was booked on the 29th, so it was fairly quick. And then she flies one way back to, on the next one up here, she flies back from Idaho Falls to Phoenix. And that was booked on the 3rd of April. Again, and she booked her flight. On April 26th, this is the one we just talked about. Chad flew round trip from Idaho Falls to Houston, Texas, with a stop in Denver. It was booked by Lori Vallow and paid for by her BBVA bank account. Mr. Daybell did use his Spring Creek credit card to pay for an extra baggage for the flight. As we move over into May, we see Lori flew one way from Phoenix Mesa to Provo, Utah, and the flight was booked by Lori. And then up here we have the date of July 11th, 2019. That's the day that Charles Vallow died.
Can you walk the jury through the second page of that timeline?
Okay.
Try and zoom in a little bit.
One thing I want you to take notice of, if you could please, is that After Charles Vallow dies, Lori flies under the name of Lori Ryan the rest of the year. I think she booked a flight a day or so after Charles died, but still used the name Vallow, but everything else is Lori Ryan. So in August, you see up here the timeline, they're moving to Idaho. And then late August, Lori flies up a round trip from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, and she books her flight. And Melanie Boudreau, and that's Lori's niece, she was also on this trip. We believe that this is the signing of the rental lease just prior to them moving up. You see here on the timeline as we go on September 8th, it's the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan. We move over to the 22nd, that's our last known sighting of JJ. So in October 8th through the 13th, Lori Ryan flies a round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa. And this is the trip where she took to Missouri, which we had the Venmo used from the Missouri hotel. What's significant about this date is this is the day before Tammy Daybell had an incident where she was shot at and reported to police.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point at the characterization.
I'll sustain it as to that final statement and strike that part of the witness response. Mr. Wood, if you'd ask another question, I believe we're just getting into a total narrative at this point as well.
I understand, Your Honor. After October 9th, what was the next event that took place?
Lori flies round trip from Las Vegas to Kauai. The date of the 17th of October is just before Tammy Daybell was found dead on the 19th. She was scheduled to return on the 21st on this flight. As you move over to the 24th of October, she flies one way from Phoenix to Idaho Falls after flying back from Hawaii. Now down here we have on the 23rd, just to give you a sense of where on the timeline things falls, that Tammy Daybell had her funeral service in Rexburg on the 23rd. As we move to early November, Chad and Lori fly round trip from Salt Lake City to Kauai. Chad flies from Salt Lake City. Lori, we believe, drove a vehicle down to Arizona and then met up with Chad in Southern California. There was a family trip that Chad took with his kids to California during this time. But what was significant to us is that Chad booked this flight just 5 days after the funeral service for Tammy Daybell. Continuing.
Well, Detective, I actually want to ask you a question.
Mr.
All right.
Wood, I'd like to take a look at the time as well. I don't know how much longer you've got on the timeline, but
You got one more page, Your Honor?
okay, let's do that and then it'll take long.
Okay. Detective, this last box, you'll see my pen pointing at, that's marked 11/3/2019. Does that coincide at all with what your investigation shows about the marriage of Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Yes, they departed for Hawaii and were married in Hawaii on the 5th of November.
Okay. And then one last page. Detective, what's marked in the first two boxes?
So we have here Lori and Chad flew one way from Hawaii to Phoenix. And below that, they arrived in Idaho Falls on Allegiant Airlines. On the 28th, Chad flew one way from Salt Lake. And again, I believe I may have mixed up on the last page, but Lori was scheduled to be on this flight, but We believe she drove her car to Arizona. His box on the reservation was marked flown and hers was left empty, so it was designated to open. So, and this was also a trip that was a family trip that Chad paid for his kids and their spouses to fly to California to have over the Thanksgiving holiday. There was no record of Tylee or JJ on this trip at all.
Detective, you had mentioned a trip earlier. Is it possible that this was the trip you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last box.
The last box is Chad and Lori flew one way from LAX to Hawaii, where they took up residence.
Okay.
And
then
I'm sorry, then the
there's-
last
Yes, there's one more box. Can you?
box on the top of the timeline is June 9th, and that's when we found JJ and Tylee.
All right. Your Honor, I believe now would be time to break.
Okay, we will go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time. We'll plan on that being right around an hour. So just shortly after 1 o'clock, we'll try to get started again, go through the afternoon with another break then.
All rise, please.
Well, isn't that odd? They shut it down. All right, let's figure things out here. There. Didn't mean to get you guys dizzy. Anything good going on? Let's look. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Oh my God, all these ads.
CSC Robertson, can you tell the jury, based on the narrative portion of your report, what it is that you did?
I don't know who that is.
07 Hill Street address.
Who is that?
I took photographs.
Is that all you did?
No.
What else did you do when you were responding to the 1007 Hill Street address, based on your report? You can refer to it, you just can't read from it.
Okay. I collected handguns.
Okay. And what did you do after you collected those handguns, according to your report? You may refer to.
Oh my God.
I processed 3 GSR kits, which is gunshot residue kits, on
Terry, hold on.
3 suspects.
Okay. And what address?
At the Zone 3 precinct, 215 Lakewood Way.
Okay. And excuse me, just briefly. And what is the purpose of a gunshot residue kit?
To see if there's any gunshot residue in your vicinity, on your person, particles, dust, anything around you.
Okay. And how does that process of testing for that operate? How do you do that?
It's a kit. You open the kit, follow the directions.
All right. Just a brief moment. All right. I am now showing defense counsel what has already been pre-marked as States Exhibit 1, Foxtrot, to States Exhibit 22, Foxtrot. These documents have been pre-marked and already served prior to the discovery process. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, in States 1, Foxtrot, to States 22, Foxtrot. Ms. Robertson, after you please take a moment and review those to yourself. And after you've done so, look up at me and we will continue. What have I just handed
Grandma,
Ms. Robertson?
did you look at
Photographs.
Okay, and are those photographs that you've taken?
Yes.
And how do you know? Do you recognize them?
Vaguely.
Okay. And have those photographs been, do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as it was on the day that you responded on January 23rd, 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit States, 1, Foxtrot, 2, 22, Foxtrot.
Any objection to States 1, Foxtrot to 22, Foxtrot, anyone? All right, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Robertson, I would like to ask you, do the photographs that have just been handed to you and pre-marked as States Exhibits 1, Foxtrot, to 22, Foxtrot, correspond to the photographic narrative contained in your report for this case?
Yes.
Okay. I would also ask you, as it relates to the set of photographs that we reviewed prior to these that were pre-marked as States Exhibits 1, India, to 61, India, do those particular photographs correspond to the photographs contained in the earlier report that we reviewed secondly?
Yes.
I would also ask you about the photographs that have been pre-marked as States Exhibits 8 through, 8BB, Bravo, to 53 Bravo, and 80 Bravo to 97 Bravo. Do those photographs that we reviewed first correspond to the photographic narrative contained in your first report that we reviewed?
Yes.
All right. Just a few more questions here, Ms. Robertson. I want to turn your attention back to the second APD incident that we discussed a few moments ago. And if you would just indulge me briefly, I'll ask you a few more questions pertinent to that. Pertaining to the second APD incident that you responded to, do you, in your report, note who the purple truck belongs to?
No.
Okay. Would you take a look at your report and tell me if you see any such notes?
Excuse me. No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you just maybe a few more questions here. Do you know a man who goes by the name of DeQuantes Lamar, or AKA Rich Homie Quan?
No.
Did you speak with anyone by that name or alias at the scene of the crime that you responded to on that day?
No.
And to be specific, let me say on the day of January the 8th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And do you know an individual named Donovan Thomas, also known as Peanut?
No.
Did you interact with anyone by that name at the scene of the crime on that day?
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross.
Robson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I've got a couple questions for you in regards to what you just testified to previously, okay? If I heard you correctly, you were a crime scene technician back in, I'm going to start first with the April 12th day. April 12th, 2015, you were a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department. Is that true?
Yes.
You were called out to a location at Fremont. I think you said 1987 Fremont Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, you were not involved in the initial investigation. You came there.
You know, you guys, you know I hate complaining, right? I'm not a complainer. I try not to be. I am going through so much in my personal life. I swear to God, there's my kid again. I don't know how I do it. I do not know how I do this. I'm going to find out later tonight. One of my kids are coming over. It's going to talk to me. Oh boy. I'm not going to tell her what's going on with me. Don't need that stress for her. And my 1-year-old grandson, he lives across the country from me. Wow. 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 Oh, God. Sounds like they're going to admit him. I don't know. My other daughter didn't get into details. She's at work right now. Oh, my God. Well, I was just reading her text. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Thank you. You know, I've been really strong all my life, starting when I was like 2-3 years old. I can't tell you guys what I have experienced. Maybe someday I will, because it is kind of cool, but it is kind of weird. I swear to God, on here to help people. Okay, what else was I going to say? There goes my thinking. I'm a caregiver. Ever since I was 3. It started with my baby brother. I don't know. Right. Maybe someday I'll tell you guys. You know, when I got time, because, oh boy, here we go. Okay. You know, I don't know if I believe that stuff about generational curses. Okay. I don't think I believe in that. Um, However, I do say in my past life, I must have been bad. Okay. Try my bills walls. Yeah. You know what? I did yesterday morning and it felt good, actually. Because of the people on social media that have hurt me. Especially when I gave them 2 chances. Didn't I read it? What is she talking about? Oh, okay. All right. Yes. Yes. Yes, Grandma. Okay, let's watch Young Thug. Nothing I can do right now.
Specifically for the purpose of collecting evidence, true?
Repeat that.
All right. When you came to the location as a crime scene technician on April 12th, 2015, you were there to document and collect evidence, true?
Yes.
Because that's what you were doing at that point. That was your role, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you get to the location, and the only thing that you know is that there are things at Fremont, this Fremont location that you've got to document and take pictures of, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you're not a detective, right?
Right.
You wouldn't be charged with talking to individuals, correct?
Correct.
The only person really you'd be interacting with would be either the detective or the officer that's there at the scene telling you what items you should focus on, correct?
Correct.
That notwithstanding, did you actually talk to anyone at the location when you got there?
Objection calls for hearsay, Your Honor. I stand objection.
Well, I'm not asking what anyone said, I'm asking if did you speak to anyone on that day when you got there?
Yes.
All right. Would it be just officers, or did you speak to lay people, to regular citizens?
Officers.
Okay. So you spoke to no lay persons when you got there, just police officers, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you got to the location, and then we saw pictures earlier of the vehicle that you photographed, there was no one in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Police officers had been there already, true?
True.
You didn't have any idea whether the incident that left the defect in the front of that vehicle happened at Fremont or happened at the other location of Brownsville? You didn't know that.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for stipulation. Sustained objection.
Did you know where that defect, where the vehicle was when it got that vehicle?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor. I'm objecting. I stand the objection, Mr.
All right. When you got to Fremont, the vehicle already had the defect in it. True?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to ask you specifically about some of the things that you were tasked to do. Although you started at the Fremont location, you ultimately ended up going to the corner of Browns Mill and Howard. Is that right?
Browns Mill and repeat that?
Did you end up going to a different location after Fremont?
Okay, let's watch something else. Look at me, I'm on board. Let's watch Larry, that's it, 20 more? 20 more and I'm at 5,000. Celebration of life planned for JJ. This is from Larry Woodcock in East Idaho News. Oh.
Years when we will have a celebration of life for JJ and Tyler. And it's taken us quite a while to get to the point where we can put this together, feel confident, and move forward with it. So this week, we came up with a venue, and we're very satisfied with it. So I'd like to give everybody the opportunity to attend. This is going to take a rather large facility. So we found that facility. The celebration of life for JJ and Tyler will be held Saturday, April the 27th, 2024. Time of visitation will be 11 a.m. through 1 p.m. Services at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. The location will be Colonial Theater, 450 A Street, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Seating will be on a first come, first served basis. I ask that everybody that chooses to attend, And it's going to be a celebration of two children. Their lives were taken way too early.
So, Larry, this is happening during the trial. Is this kind of a way to shift the focus and focus on, the JJ and Tylee?
It's not so much of shifting the focus. I think it's just the appropriate time. And we have so many wonderful friends here, friends that we'll have for a lifetime. And I think it's time in this 2 months of trial to appreciate the lives of two children. And so we want to celebrate. And I can't think of a better time than towards the middle of this trial and just lighten hearts and give thanks for the lives and the time that we had of two amazing children.
And everyone's invited?
Everyone is invited.
Okay, and if they can't make it, we'll live stream it so people all over the world can watch. And
we anticipate that. We want to thank you for that. It's just an amazing time that we're able to do this, and we appreciate Idaho News. Thank you, East Idaho, for the love you have shared and the way that you have accepted JJ and Tylee and our family and our extended family. And we appreciate it. We love Idaho.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here. Actually, my department uses Monday.com.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Miss Barbara. How are you? Who's this? Christine. Let me look. All right. I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. Okay, he got, I see it, arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Yeah. Huh. Oh, she had to order protection on him 2 weeks ago. He's in big trouble. Yep, this guy's in big trouble. Well, it seems like, Amanda, that here in the United States, there's way too many crimes. I'm eating noodles. Hold on. How could I lose that? Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking for it. I X'd it out by accident. Okay, I found it. It says News Nation. No, that ain't the one I wanted to listen to. Hold on. All right.
The models say sunshine. Barry Woodcock is JJ Vallow's grandfather and joins us now. Thank you for being with us. I know this will be yet another difficult day, re-traumatizing you and your entire family. I appreciate your time ahead of trial today. You have said that this trial for Chad Daybell feels different than Lori's did. How so?
With Lori's trial, we loved and trusted Lori, and we gave her one of the most precious things that a human can entrust somebody with, and that was my grandchild, our grandchild. And obviously we were betrayed. And we were extremely angry at Lori. And we didn't know Chad. But coming into Chad's trial, honestly, we still don't know him. Never shook hands with him, never met him face to face other than in courts. And it is a little bit different, but it's still, all this trial is about the murder of innocent people. And when you start murdering 7-year-old autistic children and a beautiful young daughter, I mean, your own flesh and blood, and then you say, I'm not guilty. How do you justify that? You can't. So for me, this is just simply a trial. And the evidence is overwhelming. I don't think there's any doubt that he's going to be found guilty. The judgment of that guilty is going to be up to the jurors. And I will accept, go along, and certainly pray for everybody involved. These jurors are going to see things they'll never unsee. They're going to hear things they'll never unhear, just like I have. And seeing all the photographs and listening to the trial, it hurts. But it is a little bit different with Chad because it's almost like it's just a TV crime show you see on TV, except we are deeply and forever involved in it.
You are living the reality that is the nightmare and the loss of JJ and Tylee. Manipulation, Larry, seems like it's such a big part of both of these trials and of Lori and Chad's relationship. We've already heard in opening statements that Chad Daybell's defense was blaming Lori. Do you have a theory as to who was in charge here, who was making the ultimate decisions, the perpetrator of this evil, or do you carry equal blame for each of them?
There's equal blame. At any time, any of the participants in this could have said, enough is enough. This is wrong. This is morally wrong. And this is dangerous. And if I hear another word about zombies and black spirits and murder and wishing people to die. I mean, when you start praying, I was raised Pentecostal. When you start praying for people to die, then there's an issue. And when you pray for the salvation of your soul, not to harm people, not to kill people. And that's what Lori and Chad were doing. Chad was being the judge by calling them black spirits. We all know what he was doing. He wanted them dead. He wanted Lori to herself. He wanted all that money, and he wanted to be successful at the price of children and other human beings. Lori's own brother, when he gave that blessing to Alex, everybody knew, even Alex knew, his time was limited.
This is evil on display, and it's hard for all of us to comprehend, Larry. When you look at this case as a whole, remorse is a factor. Do you feel any remorse from Lori now that she's been sentenced to life? Does that matter to you that she or Chad are sorry about what they did?
No, there's absolutely no remorse.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe.
Okay. I thought Lori had, like more to do, or her plan. No, it all started with Chad. in his plan. From what we've been listening to, in my opinion, how could all these people have you noticed since they've been locked up? You don't hear anything about zombies, light and dark. You don't. No one else has been unalived. In my opinion, Melanie Gibb and Melanie, what's her name? She used to be Bedro. What is she now? Oh, it's a different last name. Starts with a P. I think they know more than what they're saying. Yep, sure do. I'm trying to find something for us to watch, you guys. Hold on. Gosh, I can't find nothing. There's nothing on. I mean, you got Karen Reed stuff going on, but it's not being televised because it's jury selection. Let's look. Oh my gosh. No, nothing. She's looking pretty rough, though, I can tell you that. What do you guys think? Well, you're kidding. What's going on here? Hold on. There we go. Now I got it under control. Elephant loose? It got loose yesterday. Hold on a minute. Somebody said, there's another hearing going on. Does anybody recall whose it is? Oh my God, what here? That ain't it. There absolutely ain't nothing. Nada. Oh boy. All right, let's looky here. Let's see. Anything good? Okay, if she's afraid of Charles, why is she laughing? Let's see. Let's watch this. Since they've been talking about Alex today.
Killed her former husband in Chandler, police say in self-defense. Now our Justin Lum is learning exclusive new information about his past. Justin.
Well, John Kerry, we first reported it last month. Alex Cox did time in jail for assaulting the father of Tylee Ryan. She's missing along with her brother, JJ. In an exclusive interview tonight, Alex's best friend tells me he seemed obsessed with Lori's ex-husband. The details revealed in letters from his cell. Mary Tracy met Alex Cox in 2006 at a comedy club in Phoenix.
He was extremely goofy and funny and silly.
Mary remembers Alex telling her he had to go to Austin, Texas to handle family matters in August 2007. But the next year she learned Alex pleaded guilty to assaulting Joseph Ryan, the ex-husband of Lori Vallow. Court documents say Alex tased Ryan twice and threatened to kill him. Alex was sentenced to 90 days in jail.
He was really obsessed and almost fixated with this desire to get Joe.
Mary says Alex sent her letters, and he usually found a way to mention his ex-brother-in-law. This excerpt reads, "Do me a favor, call Janice," that's Alex's mother. "Ask her to put Joe's address on a postcard and his license plate number. I think it will be popular here." In another letter, Mary says Alex wrote, "P.S. Can you get a picture from Lori of one of her ex-husbands and send it to me? Some of the guys would like to hang out with him." Mary believes Alex's sister convinced him that her ex harmed his own daughter, Tylee.
I can't fathom how Alex would have come to this conclusion that Joe was harming Tylee if Lori hadn't been telling him that.
In 2018, Joseph Ryan died of a heart attack. In July 2019, Chandler police say Alex shot and killed Lori's fourth husband, Charles Vallow, in self-defense. 2 months later, Lori's children, JJ and Tylee, went missing. Meanwhile, Lori's on the island of Kauai with her new husband, Chad Daybell.
I really hope and pray that those kids are in some wackadoodle compound somewhere being taken care of.
On December 12th, Alex Cox died in Gilbert. The cause is still unknown. In 2011, Travis County Court ordered Alex to pay nearly $5,000 in restitution to Joseph Ryan. They also placed Alex on probation. This all happened as Joseph and Lori went through a long custody battle for Tylee. Live
God, this is crazy. This is when I first started doing videos. I hated my voice. That's crazy. I would say I got a lot better. Oh, let me mute.
911, where is your emergency?
Hi, I need an ambulance to. Yes.
Why do you need an ambulance?
I have a older male, a middle-aged male. Um,
He is breathing?
Yes, he's breathing, but very, very highly breathing.
Okay, let me transfer you to Mesa or the medics. Do not hang up.
Okay.
Is it due to a drug
Fire and
overdose
medical,
or
what is
anything?
the address of your emergency?
Go with it.
Caller, are you on the line? Hello, is
Hello?
anyone there?
Yes, this is it. I'm here.
Okay, you're for.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what is the emergency?
I have a older male here named Alex. He just passed out here on my bathroom.
Okay, is he awake
Are you
right
breathing?
now?
I think he's passed out.
Okay, you think he's unconscious?
Yes.
Okay, is he breathing normally, like you can see his chest rising and falling? Hello?
I hope so.
I have the paramedics on the way, but I need you to try to help me with some information while they're driving there to help him. Okay?
Okay.
How old is he?
He seems to be in his 40s.
Okay. Do you know him?
No, it's my mother's boyfriend.
Okay. I have the paramedics on the way, so he's in the restroom right now.
Okay.
Gilbert, can we get you started?
I'm already en route.
All right, thank you. Okay, is he on his back or on his stomach? Where is he at?
He's on his side.
Okay. Can you lay him flat on his back on the ground?
I'll try. It's just there's feces there, and I'm trying to just keep cool right now.
You said he's what?
There's feces on the ground.
Okay. I know that's gross, but if we can just go ahead and get him flat on his back, I want to make sure he's
Right.
breathing, because if he's not, we're going to do a few things.
Gotcha.
Did you say he's cool, like cold?
Alex. Alex. Alex, we gotta get you on your back. Alex,
Does he seem more awake or more asleep?
he's more passed out.
Okay. Is he opening his eyes or moving at all?
He's breathing.
Okay. Is he breathing normally, like his chest is rising and falling? He's not making any weird sounds?
Yeah, he's making a very exhale sound like.
Okay. If he's doing that, we need to start CPR, so I need you to get him flat on his back on the ground.
Okay, I'll do that.
Let me know when he's flat on his back, and we're going to give you instructions, okay?
Okay. Alex.
What is your first name?
I don't
okay?
think I could do that, man.
I know this is difficult, but
My
you're only
mother's
helping
on her
him,
way.
okay? I know, the
I
paramedics.
don't think I could
What
do
is
it. I
your
have
name?
anxiety and depression.
Okay, what's your
I have
name?
anxiety and depression. I can't.
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
Joseph? Okay, Joseph. The best thing for us to do for him right now is to so if you'll just take I know it's not ideal, but you're doing a really good job by helping him if you can do that, okay?
Oh. Yo, Alex. Alex. He's not breathing. No.
See,
No, he's too big.
it sounds like this man don't want to help him. What do you think? Just like with Alex and Charles. There's no way he did CPR. No, he's dead. No, he's dead. And this guy, I don't want to. I can't. I just can't. 25. And actually, Alex and Zulema were married, and he said boyfriend.
Okay, just try to get him on his back so we can do chest compression.
My mother just got here.
Okay, give her the phone then.
So, did she say the mother just got there?
Yeah.
Come here. Come here.
And we're coming on Mineral right now.
Really
We're
bad.
almost there.
It's really bad. Come upstairs in the bathroom. We need to get him on his back.
Can you put your mom on the phone?
She's right here. You're on speaker.
Okay, ma'am, the paramedics are pulling up, but in the meantime, we need him to get flat on his back, and we need to give him chest compressions, okay?
Chest compression. Wait. But
Does she know how to do CPR?
yes. She knows how.
Okay.
How far are you?
We're pulling up out front right now, so they're grabbing their equipment and they're coming in. Are you on the first floor or the second?
We're on the second floor.
Second floor in the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, and the door is unlocked?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, do you see the paramedics now?
Yes.
Okay, Joseph, you did a good job. I know that was really scary, but thank you for your help, okay?
Joseph,
Okay,
before you hang up, I need your last name.
Okay.
Joseph, let the paramedics do their business and tell me what your last name is.
Lopez.
Joseph, what's your last name?
Lopez.
Okay. And what's your date of birth, Joseph? Alex's last name.
I don't know.
You don't know his name?
Well, he calls 911.
Okay.
That's what's confusing. So here's Joseph calling 911. And he's saying that he can't turn Alex or whatever. Where was Zulema? Was she in the house? Where was she? Right? Tell me, they were weird. They got into some weird stuff.
All right. Do you let the officer in?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to let you go. Bye-bye.
December 12th, 2000.
Oh, piss me off. I've been talking. Have you guys heard me say anything? Shit. Oh. I just wonder where Zulema was. We didn't hear from her the first part of the call. Where was she? In the house. I heard you ask questions. I was on mute. I don't know how many times. Dang it. Gee, you didn't miss much of anything at all. They're on lunch break. They should be back any minute. Oh my God, you guys, I'm sorry. That noise. I'm gonna shut it off right now. Well, they should be starting any minute. Okay, sorry guys, I was on my phone texting my daughter. Okay, I'm back. What is Irvington and Cabelka? On north side is fire. I'm confused. Do you mean in your country? Because I've never heard of that. Oh, okay, gotcha. I want to say something. If it wasn't for Tylee's auntie, Annie Cushing, Charles wouldn't be getting justice. She's the one that was on the necks of Gilbert PD. She never gave up. She's the one that brought that. She worked really hard too. No, that's okay. What could be going on now? I mean, I hope this trial really picks up because how boring is it, right? And look at that Apple River one we just did. That was exciting. Those attorneys were very exciting.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and we can have the jurors brought in, please. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring that up quickly as call it a motion in limine. Hold on just a moment and I'll log on and go on the record. Okay. On the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, there is an issue that may come up in cross. Let me first ask Mr. Wood, do you believe you'll be done with direct in order to get to cross this afternoon with your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I do think that's appropriate suggestion. First of all, the jurors are not present. The court will hear a motion in limine briefly on an issue that may relate to cross-examination. I will ask that if Detective Considius, if you could step down for a moment and step out, we'll argue this motion as it relates to an evidentiary issue and then have you return in the jurors once we've made a ruling on that. All right, we're gonna hear an evidentiary issue on a motion from the defense, I believe, as it relates to purchase of firearms. Mr. Pryor.
One of the concerns, Judge, is that this officer testified that he had appeared that his Mr. Cox's searches for firearms started in 2019. Now, I have other evidence that's already been admitted for as far as exhibits under previously admitted 34. I'm going to ask that the rest of 34 I believe that's H through J, be admitted as well, and it was by G, by G, by stipulation of the parties that was previously stipulated to being admitted. But the difficulty is that if I start inquiring of the officer about Alex Cox's ability to purchase firearms, and that may have been a reason why he hasn't been so rigorous in having those, and whether he could possess those, Judge, there's a chance that Alex Cox's felony conviction for the 2007 crime could come into play. And I just want some guidance from the court. I wouldn't characterize this a motion in limine. I don't want to get sideways with the court's ruling, and this is going to be walking a tightrope here, and my instincts tell me that there's a likelihood that could come out, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. What's the response to the state? And the court will note I previously entered a ruling that the 2007 apparently felony case or conviction involving Alex Cox and Joe Ryan was irrelevant in this case. Hence the concern of the defense if it comes out that there was a felony conviction that may have prevented lawful purchase of firearms. I don't have that information before me, but if it's an appropriate area of cross, it may come in. So how does the state respond?
Your Honor, the state still sees the situation the exact same. The 2007 event is still very attenuated by time. It's the state's understanding that there was a withheld judgment, and as such, Mr. Cox was able to legally purchase firearms. And so I don't know how that would affect anything related to this case. If he was able to legally purchase the firearms, and honestly, even if he wasn't able to, I don't know that that would make a difference when it comes to bringing in a 2007 event. Again, the state's understanding is he was able to legally purchase those firearms. And so we believe that the standing or the ruling from the court before under Rule 401 and 403 should stand. It's too attenuated by time to be relevant to this case.
Judge, in response, I guess my concern is not necessarily openly pursuing that, because you already told me I can't. My concern is that if I ask this witness, is there anything that was preventing Alex Cox from purchasing firearms prior to 2019? If this officer testifies, and I guess if someone wants to let him know and say, no, I don't know anything about it, I guess that solves the problem. But at this point, I don't know what the officer's going to say. If he says, I don't know, I guess the inquiry's over, isn't it?
Well, it may be. And so on the issue, first I'll note under the State versus Ochoa case 169-903, the court has broad discretion to admit or exclude evidence, and I have to consider under 401 and 403 what's relevant in a balancing test. I've done that previously as it relates to just sua sponte bringing up this 2007 conviction. I would note, however, though, that if there is a proper line of inquiry on cross that goes back to that time frame, then there may well be a relevance if part of the state's allegation was that the time frame of firearm purchases started at a certain time. I don't have any idea what this witness, Detective Considas, may or may not know about Alex Cox's previous criminal history, whether there was a felony conviction, a withheld judgment, when that would have occurred, when he may or may not have been prohibited from purchasing firearms, but it could well be relevant to the issue at hand. What I would rule here is a narrowing instruction that if the matter comes up and you want to inquire, Mr. Pryor, you can just ask in general terms if you're aware if Alex Cox did have a felony conviction that prevented him from purchasing firearms, but not go into the details about who the victim was or what the conviction would have been, and if he knows a history of whether the felony resulted in a withheld judgment or whether Alex Cox had any sort of lawful prohibition against purchasing firearms. So as far as keeping it general, if it goes there and he knows, I would permit that. Otherwise, if he doesn't know, then again, the topic I've already ruled would not be relevant for trial. So that's how we'll proceed, with just a limiting instruction that you could inquire, but not in detail about who the victim may have been.
And Judge, I just want to make it clear that I'm permitted then to ask this officer whether or not he's familiar, if at any time there was anything preventing Alex Cox prior to 2019 from purchasing firearms, or was there any felony conviction? Is that where the court will allow me to go?
I would permit that. I think that may
Thank
be
you,
a
Judge.
relevant line of inquiry. So that'll be the court's ruling on the matter. I will deem that to be a motion in limine ruling. With that concluded, then we can have the detective return to the courtroom and the jurors brought in, please. No, it's fine.
All rise.
The jury is present on the panel.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We have concluded the lunch recess. Detective Considas is on the stand, continuing in direct examination. I'll remind the detective he's still under oath. Also, for those in attendance today, the courtroom conduct order remains in effect through the afternoon. We'll continue at this time then with additional direct examination. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, then Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if that was on the record, and if it is, I'm going to move to strike it.
I didn't hear what was said. I apologize.
Judge, I had
It's on the
comment.
sidebar.
Oh my God, they just can't get it going, can they? They just can't get it going. Oh my gosh. Let's see what else is going on here. Let me look. What's going on in Karen? I'm seeing if there's any updates on Karen Reed. Karen Reed, Karen Reed. Nothing.
If you could just bear with me, Detective, I apologize.
And Mr. Pryor, make sure your mic's turned on.
I think that verifies it. So Detective, I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Do you mind?
No.
Okay. By all indications of what you've testified today, it appears that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow had a very close relationship. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. They shared multiple accounts, and by your count, how many accounts did they share together?
I believe it was just that one Barclays credit card account.
Oh, I was under the impression there were a couple of bank accounts that they shared together in addition to credit cards. Is that right? Do you need to refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Right, whatever it takes. You have your book up there? Mr. Wood has it.
We'll have the bailiff deliver those exhibits to the witness, please.
Take whatever time you need, officer, as well, okay?
Thank you. I believe I can recollect that there's only the one account, the Barclays credit card, that she was on Alex's account.
And was Alex on any of her accounts?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I may have misunderstood your testimony then. Now, you went over a timeline, and I think it was 303 was the timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If I could.
Yeah, please indicate what you're publishing there, Mr. Pryor.
I think it's 303, Judge. The exhibit, Mr. Wood.
All right, exhibit 303, that's being published.
Try to get that where we are here. Okay. So I'm looking at 303, and it talks about Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met in 2018. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then there was a flight to Mesa, Arizona on 1/6 of 2019. You see
Correct.
that? Was that a business trip for Mr. Daybell? Do you know?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not he was appearing at a podcast on that day?
I have no information of that.
Okay. And then we go to 3/19/2019. Are you aware that Mr. Daybell may have been on a business trip that day?
I was unaware.
Okay. Were you aware of what Mr. Daybell's occupation is?
He owned a Spring Creek Books
Okay.
book
Published
company.
books, right?
Books, sells books,
Right.
did some podcasting, and he also spoke at some events.
Right.
Yeah.
So he would travel on occasion, and you saw a history of that as well, that he would travel and go to various locations for various reasons, correct?
And he was a grave digger. Come
Yes.
on.
Okay. So we don't know what the purpose of that is. What we know is that he met Lori Vallow in October of 2018, and that he traveled for a couple of trips. Okay. And then on the same timeline, you put Charles Vallow's death back on July 11th of 2019. Mr. Daybell traveling twice, what does that have to do with Charles Vallow's death?
Doesn't have anything to do with Charles Vallow's death.
So why'd you put it on this timeline?
To show it from January of 2019 across the entire year.
Or was it just to get a reaction from the jury so that they would say, oh my goodness, he's traveling and he must be going to see someone, even though you don't even know what he was going for, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, apparently we need a brief sidebar quickly, sorry.
You have got to be kidding me. He also was a grave digger. Grave digger, people. Grave digger. Come on now. That's the first thing that came to my mind. And then he was an author. They should have said grave digger, you guys. for an occupation. Gravedigger. I'm going to keep saying it over and over. Come on. Come on, he was a gravedigger. Come on. Say it. It all makes sense, you know. Look at how JJ was buried. You sickos. You people are sick. No way you're going to find me digging a grave. No. Why? What are they doing in that courtroom? For real? Does anybody know what's going on in the Karen Reed trial? I'm going to Google it right now. Of course not. Nobody's talking about it. Oh, there's no updates. Huh. But I did see that Dolly showed up there, right? I don't know if it was yesterday or today, this morning, because Blair warned the people how Dolly acts. He'll come in somewhere and he'll act like a damn fool. I guess those people put him in his place. And they want nothing to do with him. Ain't that funny? He thought he was going to get away to get all crazy and get some money, and those people put him in his place. Yeah, I don't like this waiting thing. I don't have the patience today. Not at all. I don't. Let me find it. Dolly. So he got to Boston 2 days ago. Oh my God. Karen Reed trial. Protests going down. Breaking news. And from my understanding, yeah, let me find it. See, they don't like outsiders there. Especially one that acts like a fool and he's not there for the right reasons. Which is clicks and views and money, in my opinion. Yeah, that's an older one. Gonna last. Oh yeah, I believe it. Yep. No, it's not. It already started. Oh yeah. This is ridiculous. Come on now. Why can't they get their shit together? They've had 4 years. 4. Going on 5.
All rise. If the court is getting session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 22-21-1623. We took a sidebar. There had been a concern about potentially some unauthorized recording of the proceedings. The court would remind all of those in attendance that according to the court's courtroom conduct order, no unauthorized recording of any type, audio or video,
Dumb.
is permitted. And if you have a device doing that, you may not only be required to leave the courtroom, you could be held in contempt by the
Yes.
court. So I will remind those in attendance here of that. We didn't confirm anything. That was the reason for the delay, is to address that concern. I do want the jurors to know it was only a concern about a potential recording of audio, and also that the delay was not in any way caused by anything done by counsel, the state or the defense here. It was simply us trying to maintain the court's order of the courtroom without unauthorized recording taking place, which again, we have not even confirmed occurred. That was the purpose of the delay. So I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to get on with your cross-examination at this point, then you may continue.
And could I inquire the last question, just so I know where I was?
Who does that? Every trial, somebody can mess it up. Unreal.
There was a question actually with a sustained objection that was argumentative. And so I think if you just want to start over on a new question, you were talking about the 2019 timeline.
So if I understand on the timeline of 2019, the purpose is to show contact between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Well, it shows that Lori is paying for Chad's flights, so there is some contact there.
Okay. Okay. And we don't know what those flights are for, right?
No,
And how many flights are you claiming he paid, or that she paid for him?
on this page here or in total?
Total?
I'd have to review the whole document to see it.
Go ahead. If you need to do that, refresh your recollection, go ahead.
Can I use my exhibit here? 'Cause it's-
Absolutely,
okay.
please.
Appears to be just 2 flights.
And those would be on the 2019 of January and March of 2019, correct?
Yes.
That really has nothing to do with the death of Charles Vallow, does it?
No.
Okay. What it has to do is apparently one of them is buying flights for the other, right?
Yes.
And it's not really suggesting anything else other than that, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. Did you happen to know the facts surrounding Charles Vallow's death?
I don't know all the facts, but I'm aware of some of them.
And you're also aware that Chad Daybell hasn't been criminally implicated in being charged with any of the matters relating to Charles Vallow, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So when we're looking at when they met, and at the top where you said Charles Vallow's death, all due respect, officers, this seems to be implying that in some way buying 2 tickets, Lori Vallow buying Chad Daybell 2 tickets somehow implicates him in that. That's not what you're suggesting, is it?
No.
Okay. Now you mentioned, and Judge, could I have Exhibit 34? And I'm going to move for admission of G through, I think it's J. The ones that have not been admitted as of yet. I think A through F have been admitted. The remainder on that drive, I'm asking to be admitted by stipulation of the parties, Judge.
All right, it's on a thumb drive, Mr. Pryor.
Yeah, if I could have the thumb drive, Judge, I can take the exhibit, plug it in, and then discuss what I need to discuss with the officer.
Okay, you can go ahead and plug that in. Before we publish anything, we need to go through whether or not these additional exhibits are admitted or not.
They've been stipulated, Judge, as admission,
Okay,
the state and myself.
so G through J, the state does not object to them being admitted. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Without seeing it on the screen, I'm not exactly sure what this exhibit is though at the
All right.
moment.
If you'll just speak up, if you see something you believe was not admitted by stipulation, I'll rule at this point, Exhibit 34 remaining documents G through J are admitted. And Mr. Pryor, perhaps you could make a proffer of what each one is before you publish it, just so the state's aware.
Okay, and Judge, just so all the parties understand, those are just emails by Alex Cox, or excuse me, emails. Those are searches by Alex Cox in relation to firearms during a pertinent period. And that's what those were. And Judge, they are part and parcel of the mass stipulation regarding all of the contents of, I think it's Homer J. Maximus on the exhibit number 34, which by agreement of the prosecution and the state, all of the contents of the Homer J. Maximus account are stipulated to be admissible.
Okay,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
you may.
So, officer, we're going to switch again. You testified about the records as they relate to Alex Cox and the period of time when there were some interest in firearms, correct?
Correct.
And what I heard your testimony, at least the way I took it, is that you're suggesting that that's the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms.
Objection misstates the testimony.
I'll rephrase.
Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that that was the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms?
No.
Okay, so the purpose of identifying firearms during that specific period was just to show that on his purchases, he seemed to buy a lot of firearms at that time.
In that short amount of time, correct.
Okay. Were you aware that he had looked at firearms on other occasions?
No.
Are you aware of anything that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
No.
Were you aware of anything in previous life as it related to Alex Cox, a felony conviction that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
I understand that there was an arrest, but it did not hamper or hinder his ability to obtain firearms.
Okay, and the nature of that arrest was what?
I believe it was a
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I think that pursuant to the court's earlier order, I don't think this can go any further.
Also
Based
saying
on relevance.
that it's calling for something that's I've considered irrelevant, but if you want to re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor, as it just relates to the type of charge or conviction.
So there was a felony conviction, or there was a felony conviction of Alex Cox in what year, sir?
Unknown year. I don't know what year it was.
In his previous history?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, you're not aware of whether or not that was a restriction on his ability to purchase firearms. Is that right?
My understanding is that the arrest or the plea agreement or something to that effect didn't violate or hinder his ability to obtain firearms. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. So in other words, the disposition and after the disposition, when he was sentenced and it was resolved, your position is that it didn't inhibit him in any way to pursue or an interest in any kind of firearms.
It's my understanding.
And where did you gain that knowledge from?
I don't recall. It was, I don't recall specifically where I heard that.
Okay. Judge, I'm just waiting for this to queue up. There we are. So again, as part of your, and we may not have to go into this, but as part of your determination, all you were really looking at during that period was an interest in a purchase of firearms in that specific period, correct?
If we were looking for that specifically, but it did, having reviewed the documents for the year of 2019, in that short amount of time, there was some purchases being made.
Okay. But you didn't look back in any other periods, is that right?
No,
You didn't.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We were just looking in a specific time frame for JJ and Tylee.
Okay. And you mentioned a shooting of Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you aware that the evidence as far as Tammy Daybell is that she was alleging that it was a paintball gun?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so how is it that talking to this jury about all these purchases of firearms has anything to do with a paintball incident?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer it, sir.
Repeat the question, please.
How is all of the purchase of these firearms during that period have anything to do with Tammy Daybell having a paintball gun shot at her?
As far as the timeline was concerned, it doesn't, but
Okay.
it was on the timeline of events for the year.
Oh, okay. And you chose which events are on the timeline, right?
They were major events, if you will, for key dates.
Okay. And some of those major events were a paintball gun being shot at you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I At any time during the review of all of the bank records, did Chad and Lori ever have a joint account at any time?
I don't believe they did,
Okay,
even after they were married.
right. They never commingled their money, did they?
Not that we were, no.
Okay. Yet Alex and Lori did, right?
Yes, on that one account, yes.
Okay. Now you talked about Tylee's bank account and how you believe that it was used after what you feel is the date that Tylee had the last known proof of life, right? And
Which account was that?
Well, it was the account where you talked about the Costa Vida, the 2 trips to Costa Vida.
That would be her BBVA account, yes.
Okay. Did you look into who were the participants in that Costa Vida?
Yeah, we attempted to. I went down in person and met with the managers of both stores. We obtained the receipts for them, and we were asking if they had any kind of video or anything that would show whether it was a take-in or a takeout or a dine-in.
Right.
And there was no video. Too much time had passed for any video feed to show exactly who used the card. But we know when that Tylee's phone was in the immediate area of the cell tower footage, or in the range of the cell towers next to the Costa Vida that would fall into that area. And based on when Chad and Lori were detained in Hawaii in possession of Tylee's phone, that led us to believe that it was not Tylee that made that purchase.
Okay.
In Costa Vida.
And I appreciate that, but I'm grateful for you to point out that you took the liberty of looking at the GPS information for Tylee's phone. I appreciate that. Did you happen to look at the GPS information as it relates to Alex Cox on both of those days and whether he was at the Costa Vida?
I did not review those.
Would it surprise you that it was Alex Cox at the Costa Vida on both of those instances with Lori Vallow using that particular account? Would that surprise you?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I just asked him if it surprised him, Judge.
Well, the way it's asked, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So you didn't look at Alex Cox's GPS records to determine whether Alex Cox was one of the people at Costa Vida during that luncheon and the use of Tylee's card, right?
I just know that Tylee's phone was down in that
Okay.
area, and that's all I can testify to.
Okay. But you didn't go any further. You had access to the GPS records of those folks, right?
I did not. I would go and ask, and and then information would come back just to follow up on information. That's all. I didn't review.
So as part of a law enforcement cooperative with all of these folks, you weren't sharing GPS information with the other agencies regarding Alex Cox's GPS information?
Not a forensic computer analysis.
Okay.
That's not my position at the police department. So
Well,
I didn't have physical custody of that.
Well, and I guess that's why I'm wondering how important this information is that the card was used, because you had the ability to check Alex Cox's phone to determine he was there, right?
The ability?
Yeah, you had the ability to inquire from one of the many agencies working on this thing as to determine who exactly was there, because you had everybody's phones, right?
Tylee's card was used and Tylee's phone was in that immediate area. That's all the information I had.
So you're not looking to suggest by telling this jury that the card was used illegally, that it was people who were engaged in, you're not suggesting Mr. Daybell was there, are you?
That's unknown. I don't know.
Well, and that's what and thank you for saying that, because I'm trying to figure out what was the purpose of you telling this jury that the card was used unlawfully. Was it to shed light on somebody, or to just to maybe create a hunch that maybe Mr. Daybell was there when he wasn't?
Action argumentative.
Sustain.
The fact is, you didn't go the extra step to find the unknown as to who was using the card, did you?
I went the extra step and went down to see if there was video of somebody using the card and just knowing that the record of Tylee's phone being used. There was no other record of Tylee being around. So that's followed up on.
And I think maybe we're not communicating very clearly. So maybe I need to make it a little clearer. I understand you're saying Tylee wasn't there to use that, but you didn't look into who was using it, did you?
Objection misstates the testimony. He testified that he did look into that.
Sustain.
Okay. You didn't use any additional GPS information to pin down exactly who was there using the phone, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, there's no information to suggest that Chad Daybell took any of the funds from the Social Security of Tylee or JJ, right?
Correct.
Okay. So those allegations have to do with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
So in regards to Chad Daybell, the issues of all that Social Security and then the money that was taken is just a reflection on Lori Vallow. It's not a reflection on Chad Daybell, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the cross. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Just very briefly. Detective, just for clarity, was one of your assignments to review the finances of some of the individuals in this case?
Yes.
Were you responsible for GPS data?
No.
And Detective, you were asked about on your timeline the significance of Lori Vallow booking flights for Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Why was that significant to your investigation?
In the totality of the travel timeline, it shows when they meet and then Lori begins buying Chad's flights, paying for Chad's flights, and then Lori traveling to Idaho quite a few times during that window.
So defense counsel asked you about whether or not Mr. Daybell was traveling for business purposes when Lori booked him those flights, correct?
Yes.
In all your review of the finances, are you aware of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell being in a business together?
No.
But were they in a relationship together?
I believe so, yes.
And counsel asked you about the Social Security funds that Lori Vallow received.
Yes.
Was she married to Chad Daybell when she received some of those funds?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And I don't believe that opens up any grounds for cross, so that will conclude the testimony then of Detective Considas. Is this witness going to be recalled, counsel?
Your Honor, he will be.
All right.
And he's under subpoena from my office as well, Judge.
All right, so Detective Considas, then this exclusionary rule still prohibits you from viewing any of the testimony or discussing in your testimony with others that testify in the trial between now and the time you're recalled. I mentioned that because this case is being live streamed, so please don't access or watch the case, and I'll be questioning you as to whether or not you followed this instruction before you return for testimony later, whenever that occurs. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff, for clearing off the witness stand there. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will that be?
The state would call Michael Douglas.
You happen to know what his title is?
A forensic accountant.
Okay.
And Your Honor, before I inquire, I do have courtesy copies for the court of his exhibits. And then this goes to the defense.
Okay, I'll have the bailiff submit those.
So shit.
All right, the witness has now been sworn. Let me just inquire before you begin testifying, based on the court's exclusionary rule. Have you watched any of this testimony that's occurred in the trial thus far?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about their testimony that they've provided in the case?
No, sir.
All right. With that affirmation, then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. And before I do, can I just verify with the court that State's Exhibit 77 has been admitted?
Yes. Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Michael Douglas, Douglass.
What is your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant,
And who do you work for?
the FBI or the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Nearly 7 years. I'm close enough.
And what work did you do before that?
I was a tax and fraud auditor for the State Tax Commission for 4 years.
Is there a title beyond forensic accountant that we should call you, or is Mr. Douglas okay?
Mr. Douglas is fine.
Okay. And tell me what a forensic accountant does.
In sum, we review electronic and financial data, create a financial analysis, provide this information to the investigative team, discuss this with the prosecutors, hold interviews with subjects and witnesses, and testify to our findings.
Right. And when you do a forensic accounting, do you just look at bank accounts, financial records? Do you take other, well, I'll just ask it like that. Do you only look at bank accounts and financial records?
No.
What else do you do?
Individual search history usually provides additional data where they might be banking at. So search history is one. Apps that they have on their phone would be another. So in some electronic data, as well as the financials, provide us additional information where to search records.
Right. And in terms of your investigation overall, do you look at an investigation as a whole when you're doing a forensic accounting to see how the finances might affect other events?
We do, yes.
How did you become involved in the case regarding Mr. Daybell?
My office had been involved with the investigation for a few months before I was inquired to be upon the investigation or in the investigation. I was told that there was a voluminous amount of financial records and requests that had gone out and sought out to review that information.
And so tell us about some of the work you did. How did you get started? What did you do first?
A lot of the work had been done for me before I got on. The PD had sent out multiple search warrants and subpoenas for the financial records, some travel information.
And then when I was brought on around March of 2020, a lot of the records were starting to come in and started reviewing just as it trickled in and built a large spreadsheet of whose account, whose transactions these were, what bank they were affiliated with. And it got to the tune of nearly 80 bank accounts and credit cards.
All right.
Statements.
And you said the PD. Can you tell the jury
Sorry.
what the PD is?
The Rexburg Police Department. Sorry.
And so you worked for the FBI, but you worked with the Rexburg Police Department at some level in this case.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry, you said approximately 80 accounts were looked at.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that can I have the witness be handed State's Exhibit 111? Detective, is part of, well, I'll wait till you get that.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 111?
I am.
What does it purport to be?
This is a timeline that I created regarding Tylee's bank account records, including her JP Morgan Chase account and her BBVA, or as I also call it, her Compass account, and the transactions that took place monthly in each.
Is the full name of BBVA Compass?
It's a Southern bank, but yeah, BBVA Compass is the full.
And so as part of your investigation, did you do a review of Tylee's finances?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So with Tylee's, originally we had a much smaller, we had to send a supplemental request to get the full data. Tylee was a minor, so she had a bank account with her mother, Lori. And this included what will be noted as in blue as the JP Morgan Chase account, 3918 deposits. Tylee was receiving Social Security, as I'll discuss later, from the death of her father, Joe Ryan. And these deposits, that's what the blue indicates. The orange is indicative of the transactions that were taking place in this account. And then Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA Compass account ending 5794. The deposits that go into this, I'll explain later. These come from an account that Lori had with BBVA. And then the withdrawals will be noted in red of the transactions that took place starting in August and in March of 2020.
And so on State's Exhibit 111, is this a document you created?
Yes.
And is it is the purpose of this document to demonstrate the level of transactions in these accounts over a given period of time?
It is.
And did you prepare this
I did.
based on those bank accounts you just discussed?
Correct.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Is it your belief that this would aid the jury in understanding the level of transactions over time in Tylee Ryan's bank accounts?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of what you created?
This is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 111 be admitted into evidence for demonstrative purposes.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Exhibit 111 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Oh. And Mr. Douglas, you kind of described it earlier, but can you walk us through how you created this document?
So the original data I took from the bank statements that came in from the bank, put that into an Excel spreadsheet, and then basically separated that data out monthly to show deposits and withdrawals that took place within the accounts, and over time, the change in the accounts specifically to August and September.
All right, and this graph represents the number of transactions, correct?
Correct.
Not a dollar amount.
No.
So what did you learn in your investigation as you put this together?
So first, I would like to say Tylee was very responsible with her money. I never saw a negative balance in her account, but this includes the deposits that were coming into her account, specifically from the money she was receiving from Social Security. And then as noted in orange, these were the monthly transactions, basically what I'll refer to as brick and mortar, as well as her electronic. She had electronic payments for her Apple account, her T-Mobile, as well as her Jeep that I'll discuss later.
And so on that graph, on August of 2019 to September of 2019, it appears there's a change in the number of transactions. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why was that important to you in your investigation?
So Tylee had her JP Morgan account, as did her mother Lori, had multiple JP Morgan accounts. Tylee was making her payments on time and had no reason for the change in her financial status. As I'll describe later, Tylee's Social Security payments get transferred from her JP Morgan account to her mother's BBVA account, her mother being Lori, to which it stays that way, like it never transfers back. This information in August shows that Tylee opens a BBVA Compass account, but the money that goes into it is transferred to her from Lori. Again, she doesn't ever get the money directly. I will also note that we'll discuss later that she had a job working for her uncle, Jeff Shiflett, Dr. Shiflett at J&S Investments too.
Right, and does that account for some of the deposits?
Yes, earlier in the beginning of 2019.
And again, just to clarify, those numbers just represent transaction numbers, not dollar amounts.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Judge, could we approach briefly?
Yes.
was a co-signer on, and they co-signed on this Jeep April 17th of 2019. And Tylee started making those payments June 3rd of 2019. And then as noted below, in July 11th of 2019, this is when Charles Vallow dies.
Right, and Charles Vallow was Tylee's stepfather.
Correct.
And this is still the same timeline, correct?
This is the same timeline.
Can you tell us about the first couple of boxes?
So I was given this information that through Lori's iCloud account that July 18th of 2019, Lori had texted Chad that she would not be receiving life insurance money regarding the death of Charles Vallow, but she would be receiving $4,000 a month Social Security. July 24th of 19, this is the last Social Security payment deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, and in 3918.
Okay. It looks like on 8/12/19, this is kind of a different subject. What happened there?
So we found out that Lori had a life insurance policy in her name to the tune of $2 million. And there was a change made on this life insurance policy, making Colby Ryan, Tylee's older brother, the sole beneficiary or 100% beneficiary.
So she didn't include JJ or Tylee on that.
They weren't included, no.
All right. Your Honor, the court had asked us to stop at 2:20.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. We will take a mid-afternoon recess at this time. We'll continue on till 3:30 today. To the extent we can keep this break a little shorter, if possible, to get all the jurors accommodated, perhaps 20 minutes. We could come back on at 2:30.
You want to sit through this?
All rise, please. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bailiff, if they're ready, please have the jurors return to the courtroom. All right.
The jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can continue publishing.
You may.
All right, Mr. Douglas, I believe when we left off, we talked about the box marked 8/12/2019.
That's correct.
Tell us about the next couple of boxes in your timeline.
So on August 14th of 2019, Lori applied for her Rexburg apartment, and on the application, she stated that she was receiving $5,740 Social Security due to a dead husband. 2 days later, August 16th of 2019, Tylee's Social Security payments received a change to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 2019, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account, which ends in the 5794.
And just really quickly, that is a separate account than the sole BBVA account of Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. Lori's ended in the 3229, Tylee's ended in the 5794.
Tell us about the box with under 8/28/2019.
So this is when Tylee's Social Security payments start being deposited into Lori's account ending 3229.
And what happened next?
Okay. And then as noted below, we have the move to Rexburg with Lori and the children. And then on September 8th of 2019, while Tylee received a text message from Colby. Colby was inquiring from Tylee for her to send him some money via Venmo. This was a regular occurrence, to which Tylee responded back that she couldn't Venmo him money because mom gets her money now. On the same day, as I stated before, I don't just review financial records, we review electronic data as well. Noted that Chad had searched the wind direction in his search history. And this is also the same day as the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan.
What do you have on September 9th, 2019?
On September 9th, we discovered an email from Lori to her accountant that she had with her husband, Charles Vallow, gentleman by the name of Mike Edson. He was their tax accountant, and she was inquiring about a tax refund she hadn't received yet.
And the next day?
And then on the next day, on September 10th of 2019, Tylee's BBVA account is added as what's called a funding source to Venmo. In short, Venmo is a person-to-person transfer of funds to which you have to link your bank account or your credit card to it. Tylee's BBVA account had not yet been set up on her Venmo account. It was still would have been drawing out of any funds that were in the JP Morgan Chase account.
And then what's marked for 9/20?
And then on 9/20, the data that was provided to us by JP Morgan, this is when Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account is completely closed and the remaining amount was withdrawn.
What happened on 9/22?
As indicated below, this is the last known sighting of JJ Vallow. There's also text information regarding phones associated with Tylee, Lori, and Colby, where either Lori is messaging one or the other or receiving a message from them in request of starting on 9/22 of 19 and including the other dates, October 1st, October 14th, November 22nd, and November 25th of 19 of either requesting or stating that a Venmo payment would be sent to Colby.
And who was requesting Venmo payments?
Colby would request them, but these messages specifically were Lori either texting Tylee's account or Tylee's phone saying to send Colby money, or Lori would text Colby saying that she had transferred money into Tylee's account and Tylee would send the money to Colby.
What's the next event?
So on the bottom, on October 9th of 2019, this is a reported shooting at Miss Tammy Daybell. The following date,
Grounds. Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, I think the evidence has shown so far that, especially with the way he said that is not an inaccurate statement.
All right, and I agree, looking at the time frame as well, or the timeline exhibit here, I'll overrule the objection.
What happened on October 10th?
On October 10th, so Venmo also provided the IP data regarding the transfers of the funds. And in regards to the IP data associated with Tylee's Venmo account on October 10th of 19, a transfer of funds from Tylee's bank account via Venmo was sent to Colby with the IP being in Kansas City, Missouri.
And then if you just go through the last few boxes.
And then to finish up, on October 9th of 19, this is the reported death of Miss Tammy Daybell. On November 5th of 2019 being the wedding of Chad and Lori. And then on June 9th of 20 is the date that we discovered the bodies of Tylee and JJ.
And just to be clear, those dates are on there from what you testified to put this financial information in view of the complete timeline and investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Douglas, we've been talking about Tylee and a financial timeline you prepared for her. In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a similar timeline for JJ and financial information regarding him?
I did.
Did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 113. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 113?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a similar timeline, but for JJ.
And you just testified that you prepared this.
I prepared this.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding the financial records regarding JJ Vallow?
That is correct.
And what did you use to create that timeline?
This one, there's similar data on this, also included are some history from, again, Lori's, her iCloud account, the rental agreement, and the Social Security and bank records.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 113 be entered into evidence.
All right. Very well. State's Exhibit 113 is entered and admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, is this the financial timeline we just spoke of?
It is.
Where does this timeline begin?
This one, due to JJ not receiving Social Security funds until later into 2019, I started this with the date that is reported to be when Chad and Lori met.
All right, and then what's the next event?
The death of his father, Charles Vallow,
And that was on
July 11th of 19.
Walk us through the next couple of boxes.
Again, Lori texting Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security, but not receiving the life insurance money. JJ was reported to have an emotional support dog or a support dog of nature. And this on October 9th of 2019 is reported that Lori had posted this dog for sale on Animal Direct. On August 12th of 19, again, the life insurance money or life insurance policy being changed to Colby to the tune of $2 million that did not list JJ on it.
All right, and then and that was the same that was on Lori's, or I apologize, on Tylee's?
On Tylee's, correct.
And what's the next date and what happened then?
On August 14th of 19, again, this is when Lori applied for the apartment in Rexburg. She stated that she'd be receiving the $5,740 Social Security. And then moving to this information on the bottom, September 1st, the move of Lori and the children to Rexburg. 9/8 being the last known sighting of Tylee. And then on September 18th of 2019, this is when the Social Security payments regarding JJ were deposited into Lori's account.
And then what happened after that?
And then on September 22nd is the last known sighting of JJ. And then to finish out October 9th, again, October 9th of 19, the incident with Tammy Daybell, October 19th being the death of Miss Daybell, Chad and Lori's wedding on November 5th of 19, and the remains of the children being found on June 9th of 20.
Mr. Douglas, we've spent a fair amount of time talking about finances and Social Security, correct?
Correct.
At any time, did you prepare an exhibit that showed the amount of Social Security paid out to that Lori Vallow received on behalf of her children after their last known sightings.
I did.
What did you use to prepare that?
That includes Lori's BBVA account information solely because that's where the funds were being deposited at the time.
And did you prepare that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the Social Security payments being made in this case?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 114. I would note that there is a 114A and B in evidence already, but not 114.
All right, thanks for the clarification, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 114?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is the Social Security payment table that I created regarding the Social Security deposits being deposited into Lori Vallow's BBVA account.
All right, and is that a true and accurate representation of the chart you made?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, Exhibit 114 be entered into evidence.
All right, without objection, then Exhibit 114 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you explain how you put this chart together?
So this information is derived, again, just solely from the deposits of Social Security into Lori's BBVA account. As reflected on here, I labeled each account as to the individual that the money was being deposited from or the benefits from. And the benefits come from the information from the deceased fathers.
All right, and under the section for Tylee, what is the first date you have marked?
The first date being October 23rd of 19.
And why is that the first date you put there?
We chose that date, or I chose that date, because Social Security is paid later or back paid. And I didn't feel that it was fair to include payments in September, even though given the time of death for Tylee, we felt that this was more accurate representation of the funds after the death of the child.
So, okay, so that's the first payment she receives after you believe that Tylee is deceased.
Correct.
And for JJ, is that I see a box marked 10/16/2019?
Correct. This would have been the first deposit of his. It is noteworthy that it's obvious that Tylee's deposits were different than JJ and Lori's, to the fact that this is when Tylee's benefits were being deposited into her JP Morgan account and carried forward. That was paid later in the month and on a separate date than JJ and Lori's deposits.
All right.
With the date being October 16th of 19.
And then it looks like you have two sections for Lori. Why is that?
I can't testify to the reason that the box with TCS Treasury 449 being less information given to me, that it could be due to bad debts. It could be college funds that weren't paid, but it was being docked for some reason, but I can't testify to it.
Okay, but is the reason it's in a different box, just that it's a different amount?
Yeah, that's how it's reflected per her bank statement.
And so, and is there a total amount of money received after what you believe to be the deaths of Tylee and JJ?
Yes, the grand total down the bottom right being the $22,545.05.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation and preparation for today, did you prepare a timeline that identifies what you see as the theft of financial funds from the Social Security Administration?
I did.
How did you prepare that?
Again, given the information from bank statements and the social security information, the time of death of the children, search here history reflected information, text messages, emails.
And is some of that information also reflected in the last two documents we've looked at?
That's correct.
But you've included other information as well.
I did.
Did you prepare that document in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding this complete financial timeline?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 115. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 115?
I do.
What is it?
Is what I titled the Grand Theft Financial Timeline.
And is this the document we were just speaking of?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you created to aid the jury in understanding this today?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes that Exhibit 115 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 115 is entered.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
I will. Starting again with on April 3rd of 2018, the death of Joe Ryan, and June 14th of 2018, this is when the Social Security starts being deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918. When Lori opens her BBVA account, ending 3229 on October 23rd of 18. The life insurance proceeds being paid out to Lori on October 26th of 18, also being the same date that Lori and Chad met. The death of Charles Vallow on July 11th of 19. On July 12th, Lori's bank card, Bank of Hawaii, is used to make a payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary, and this being the same day that Chad calls Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
Okay. And then what happened next?
On July 18th of 19, Lori texts Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security and not receiving the life insurance. July 24th of 19, this being the last date that Social Security is deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918.
You walk us through the first couple of boxes there.
On August 12th of 19, this being the date of the change to Colby for the life insurance of Miss Lori. On August 14th of 19, Lori applying for the Rexburg apartment, stating that she's receiving the $5,740 in Social Security. On August 16th of 19, this is when Tylee's payments are changed to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 19, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account ending 5794. On August 28th of 19, this being the date that Tylee's Social Security deposit or payments being deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. Lori and the children moving to Rexburg on September 1st of 19. The text messages from Tylee to Colby that mom gets her gets her money now. And this is also the date that Tammy's life insurance with LifeMap was increased on September 8th of 19. And also this being the same date, the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 19.
And what happened on the 10th?
On November 10th of 19, Tylee's BBVA account is as the funding source to her Venmo account.
And what happened on 9/18 of 2019?
On 9/18 of 19, this being the date that Lori and JJ's Social Security funds start being deposited into her BBVA account ending 3229. On September 22nd of 19, the text messages referring to the Venmoing money to Colby, also being the last known sighting of JJ on September 22nd of 19.
And if you can move to 10/9/19.
On 10/9, this being the date of the attempted shooting on Miss Tammy. On 10/10, this being the Venmo activity that took place in Kansas City, Missouri regarding Tylee's Venmo account. The death of Miss Tammy on October 19th of 19. Chad and Lori's wedding on 11/5 of 19. We recovered an email to a rental company named Kauai Dreams on 11/8 of 19, where Chad was inquiring, stating that they were a clean couple with no kids and no pets. On December 20th of 19, this is when Rexburg announced the investigation. January 3rd of 20 being the first search on Chad's property, and June 9th of 20 being the second search where we recovered the remains of the children.
Mr. Douglas, those last several exhibits dealt primarily with the Social Security funds of Tylee and JJ. Did you review financial documents related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
What documents did you look at?
Primarily his Mountain America Credit Union account, including his personal and the business Spring Creek account. But there was also credit cards that were included that we found that we researched as well.
All right. And did you also look at life insurance?
Oh, yes, the life insurance for Tammy, the two policies.
Detective, in preparing for your testimony today, did you, Your Honor, if I could have one moment, I think I have the. All right. In preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare another financial timeline that focused more on Chad Daybell?
I did.
And did you do that in preparation? Well, I just asked that for your testimony today. Did you do that in order to aid the jury to understand the financial documents and time frame in which these transactions took place related to this case.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 116.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a financial timeline regarding Chad and Tammy's finances, to also include information regarding Lori and life insurance and travel information.
And is this this is the document we were just previously speaking of?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 116 be entered into testimony.
No objection.
Into evidence. I apologize.
Exhibit 116 is entered and admitted into evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
I can. October 3rd of 2018, being the first date that I can report that Chad Daybell had purchased a prepaid phone. October 26th of 18, also being the date that Chad and Lori met. On February 23rd of 19, Alex's Barclay card was used to purchase a flight from Lori, or for Lori to Idaho Falls. March 14th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona.
To be clear, that Barclay account, that was Alex Cox's account that she had a card on, correct?
Correct. Originally, it was just in Alex's name, but in March, Lori is added as a card holder to where she had her own card on Alex's account.
And what happened next on your timeline?
April 22nd of 19, Lori paid for Chad's flight to Houston using her BVA account. May 31st of 19, prepaid phone purchase by Chad. Also June 17th of 19, another prepaid phone purchase by Chad. The death of Charles Vallow, July 11th of 19, Lori's Bank of Hawaii card being used to make the payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary, and Chad calling Valley of the Sun Mortuary. On July 18th of 19, Lori texting Chad that she'd be receiving the Social Security, but not the life insurance money.
What do you have marked for July 20th of 2019?
That is the day that Lori used her Bank of Hawaii card to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. This took place again August 2nd of 19. Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. August 10th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase her flight into Idaho Falls.
And just for clarity, is the Idaho Falls airport the closest airport to Rexburg, Idaho?
That I know of, aside from flying directly into Rexburg.
Let me rephrase that. Is it the closest airport that you can take commercial flights into?
Yes.
Okay. If you can go through the next couple of slides.
On September 1st of 19, this being the move of Lori and the kids to Rexburg, Miss Tammy's increase of her life insurance on September 8th of 19 regarding life map also being the last known date, last known sighting of Tylee. On September 18th of 19, Chad purchased another prepaid phone. On September 22nd of 19, this being the last known sighting of JJ. On October 8th of 19, Chad initiated a refinance with Wells Fargo. On October 9th of 19, the attempted shooting with Miss Tammy. October 19th of 19, Tammy's death. On October 24th of 19, this is when Chad filed with the life insurance company Primerica. And he also, this is when he canceled the refinance with Wells Fargo. And October 30th of 19, Chad files his life insurance claim with LifeMap.
You can start us on November 1st, 2019.
On November 1st of 19, Chad received his final check and resigned from LDS Avow.
If you can pause, what is Avow? LDS Avow.
LDS Avow, the Chad would write a column for LDS Avow. Mr. Chris Perrett is, it is his business that he oversees, and he would give Chad a percentage of the fees that he acquired regarding those that would read Chad's column.
And November 5th.
On November 5th, this being the wedding of Chad and Lori. On November 18th, Chad purchased a SIM card and a total wireless phone card. November 29th of 19, this is the trip to Knott's Berry Farms. The information that we acquired from Knott's Berry Farms included a ticket for Chad, 5 of his kids or in-laws, as well as one for Lori. December 20th,
On
19.
those financial records, did it list the names of who those tickets were purchased for?
So Knott's Berry Farms was able to produce copies of the tickets that included the names of the individuals. December 20th of 19, Rexburg announced the investigation into Chad, sorry, let me restate that. December 20th of 19, Rexburg PD announced the investigation. I also noted that Chad had transferred $1,000 each to 3 of his older children, specifically the children that live near him in the Rexburg area.
And when you say the Rexburg Police Department announced an investigation, what investigation did they announce that day?
At this time, it was the missing of the children. The children were missing at this time and trying to locate the children.
And on January 3rd?
On January 3rd of 20, this being the first search of Chad's property, I also noted that there were 2 transfers to Chad's middle son, Seth, from one being from his business account, one being from his personal account with Mountain America, to the tune of $1,500 to his son, to his son Seth that day. March 6th of 20, this is the date that Lori was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. On March 8th of 20, Chad sells his Dodge Dakota and his Chevy Equinox to his two daughters. They both reimbursed him $200 each for both vehicles. And on June 9th of 20, we discovered that Chad had transferred $8,000 each to his 3 older children that lived in the area. the morning of the search, and this being the same date that we located JJ and Tylee's bodies on the property.
Your Honor, are there already in evidence? I'm going to ask to publish States Exhibit 77G and H.
Okay, since they've already been admitted, they may be published.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 77G?
I do.
What is that?
This, can you scroll or bring it down just a little bit? This account, and in 3007 would have been Chad's personal account with Mountain America.
And why was this document of interest to you?
So again, with the date, right there, June 9th.
Do you have a pointer?
I do.
You could point to
Yeah.
what you're speaking about.
So June, yeah, twist this here. So on June 9th, there was a transfer of the $10,000 into Chad's from his Spring Creek book account that he had that we'll discuss in a second. The 10,000 making the balance, this 20,000 and change here, and then transfers to his son Seth on June 9th to the tune of $8,000. And then another transfer June 9th to his, the account is in the name of Joseph Murray, but this is also his oldest daughter Emma's account for $8,000 as well, leaving an account balance of the $4,400.
And this is still 77G, second page. Was there anything of note to you regarding your investigation on this page?
So this one shows the savings account that was associated with Chad's personal account. And on the same date of June 9th, a transfer to his oldest son, Garth Daybell, an $8,000 transfer that date as well.
And this is 77H. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the transfer data that Mountain America was able to provide regarding the transfers of the 10,000 into the account that I just spoke of, and then the 3 transfers to the 3 oldest children. And it also includes the date and time of the transfers.
And so I think you've already testified that the date was June 9th, correct?
Correct.
What time, and if you can point, I understand it's small, to the time those transfers were made.
Again, put this thing here. The transfers taking place right here in this area here, right around 9:50 in the morning. And as indicated, they took place Mountain Standard Time, so it would have been 9:50 local.
Your Honor, I have just a couple more exhibits with this witness, but I think they'll probably take more than the 6 minutes. And it would probably be easier to just start with them in the morning. I understand that's 6 minutes early, but I think this would be a good place to stop and continue in the morning.
Okay, I think that makes sense as well, Mr. Wood. Thanks for watching the clock on that. We will conclude with evidence for today then, and I'll go ahead and announce our schedule as well for tomorrow, the rest of the week. We'll continue on with the same schedule basically tomorrow as well as Friday, 8:30 to 3:30. And I do want to, of course, again, advise the jurors before we break for the day to please follow the court's admonishing instruction to not look into this case in any way while you are home for the evening. Don't do anything to research it. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And with that, is the state ready to conclude for the day?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's all right with the court.
Yes, anything further from the defense? Okay, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that have been in attendance today for abiding with the court's conduct orders. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning to commence with more evidence at 8:30.
All rise, please.
Okay, guys. Thank you for being here. I gotta get going, okay? Love you all.